Good morning. This is Engineer Suraj Singh, International Professional Engineer Civil, India, Bharat, Chartered Engineer Bharat, and this is May 1st, 2020, May Day, also another serious day during COVID-19, and this talk about Royal Charter, the Institution of Engineers. In continuation, I think fourth talk, and this is also another certificate issued by same institution under Royal Charter. This is Chartered designation, Chartered Engineer India, which designation comes from Declaration of Royal Charter. This is not issued by institution, but certificate is issued by institution. This title comes from Institution of Engineers India Royal Charter. Glad to conduct this talk every day. I am finding interest more and more every day. Of course, I am also finding that large section of people are not coming to share this, but no problem. It takes time for something to happen, and moreover, this is very serious issue because it is a part of law, and engineering profession itself is too serious. It's not entertaining profession. It's a profession that creates something, that creates assets for nation. It gives something for permanent use, and that is very important. It's not that we enjoy life, we enjoy profession actually, and we enjoy profession, our mind is well set, and when mind is well set, health is well set. So to be very frank, forget personal life, forget private life. Once you immerse yourself in whatever profession, you enjoy that one, provided you immerse. If you move superficially, you fly in air, don't see ground, then you will not understand actually what is contained in professional world. It's therefore very, very requirement, a big requirement that when you join some profession, devote and dedicate yourself entirely to that profession. Otherwise, you won't get any success. Success in a sense that you should be satisfied, contented, and do something for world. World looks at you when you are professional. You may be doctor, engineer, or whatsoever, where you do something by your own. Keeping apart what you learned in university, that is very, very small. And when you are in field, doing practical work, you are at large spectrum, you are in ocean, a kind of knowledge ocean, which you can grasp something entirely, or to say no, I am just interested in little to live. There are two options: either live to your life, enjoy your life and confine to society, or isolate your society from your society and do. When someone studies engineering, particularly basics engineering, you are in certain environment that you don't even see which day is today or where you have to go. You have to quit society, or you have to quit certain celebrations. All that depends upon individuality. If you compare engineers coming out of universities, if you compare all of them, you will find all of them having varying degrees of respect for engineering. Some are only interested because they got degrees for purpose of market value or for purpose of running their business and something to do something in life. People have different approaches, different options, but I don't think more than 5 to 10% are real engineers who come out from universities. That's very important. Not here, not only in this country, everywhere. I have seen certain people in my life who are structural engineers and They talk about why to waste time in structural engineering. Despite working as structural engineer, they say why to waste time. So they are right, means it's better to business of tourism or something else, we'll get a lot of money. You're not getting anything in engineering. Now my submission is that if you are interested to get money, don't join engineering, better. Because engineering is not meant for money making, not at all. When you say engineer means you have to apply mind, and you do your mind, you are working for others, not for yourself. And when you are devoted for others, if you are, in fact, I am not sure, 90% of engineering community do not devote to public, they devote to themselves. So they are not engineers. They are engineers for certification purpose, for namesake, for position, for work. But very rare people are real engineers who think engineering. Thinking engineering and doing engineering are two different aspects. If you think and live for engineering, then don't worry about money. Money you will not earn, certainly. If you want to earn money, better open a shop or an industry or something where you can use people, employ people and make money. Or do some kind of dealership, you will make money. And if you think you can make money through engineering, then you are mistaken. You are somewhere mistaken, you are not on the right path. Just compare yourself to nature. Nature is giving you everything. Are you taking something from your own? Is sun asking you for some money, air asking you for some money, or some other source of nature asking you some money? They never ask you anything. But they give you free, and you don't even realize that. You don't even realize that you are taking so much use of these natural agencies. You are not even interested in knowing that. But they are continuously doing that universally. But you don't realize. Same thing I state for profession. Profession is a religion for me, as far as my understanding is. My religion is not what you think, because profession gives me light, profession gives me energy, profession gives me power. It increases spectrum of my mind, it enhances my knowledge, and when I feel that I got something nailed or knowledgeable, my energy levels are high. This happens with each and everybody. And when you immerse yourself in profession, means you enter in some other professions also automatically, because your mind is very active all time. Even during sleep you are active. That level of enrichment is required to work as professional, because profession itself means to get advancement in your knowledge. Whatever knowledge you have, you further dig it, unearth it, and get more information. So this consideration does not limit what you have to do. Degree is valued at one point of time, but it does not value every point of time. So I just state that if you want to make money, better avoid engineering, at least civil engineering. Don't join civil engineering. Civil engineering does not give you money, not at all. Even salary is much lesser if you compare to other professions. Work is many times harder than all other professions. All other professions, I should say. And your personality is also very inferior if you compare to other professions, like medical, like chartered accountancy, and like all others. They are all in offices, they are all in rooms, but you are never in rooms from beginning of your career to end of your career. You do not know what room is, you do not know what house is, you do not know there is no way. I hate that, provided it is hygienic, and that When you are you live in sun for hours, you work in sun for hours, you work in dust, and you work in, you can say, polluted environment itself. But you remember that your body gets more and more used to that, and your immunity is automatically enhanced, so you don't feel adverse impacts of that. Maybe your face not that white, it may not be fair, it may be dim, it may be blackish, your voice may be not very diplomatic, but factual, argumentative, aggressive personality. That is what engineer is. I always suggest those who want to enjoy life, please don't join civil engineering. It's not for you. Civil engineering is only for very few in this world, because you cannot enjoy, you cannot sit with your mother, you cannot sit with your wife, you cannot sit with your kids if you want to work in civil engineering. Of course, there is design field nowadays, it's computerized field. Some people want to stick to that. Some people want to stick to only to planning or to quantity surveying or to purchasing. They just want to select those people because they are experts. No, they are not experts. Because they want to enjoy some comfort of life. They want to avoid field of engineering, field of civil engineering, which includes mechanical engineering, which includes electrical engineering. These guys want to avoid that field. And if you want to avoid field, then you can never become engineer your whole life, even if you work for 50 years. Because you are the desk engineer only. Either be here and be there both, it's okay. So, I'm just trying to explain to you what you think about engineers. Again I say, first is civil engineer, who is rubbish in a way, aggressive, without having any diplomatic personality. But remember, if you want to get some work done from natural resources, you have to be like that. You cannot fold hands. You can have very good clothes, but you have to be like that. Otherwise, you can't help your workers. You can't be with them. You can't be with your staff. You have to use them. You have to be one of them. If you want to isolate yourself from them, you can never be successful. Of course, you have personality. When you go to meetings, when you go to some other programs, you can update yourself in dressing sense and all sense. But to an extent, when you are on real work, you have to keep profile different, a comparative profile. But knowledge is important. You should have theoretical knowledge, practical knowledge, empirical knowledge, all kinds of knowledge you should have. Otherwise, you can't be. This is only a reason to make you a price of this. All citizens, normal citizens of the world, I just started this talk that people are not having complete projection of what engineering is all about. There was a time only civil engineering was called engineering. Then due to mechanization and electrical supply, mechanical and electrical field also came into due to industrialization, because industrialization was a very important part, very important work for all countries of world. And industrialization came up, so mechanical engineering came up and electrical engineering came up, and of course then supporting engineering came up later on. But still, there is no work from home in civil engineering, to be very frank. There is work from home in all other professions. You can work from home comfortably, with pronouncement, with dignity, but in civil engineering, there is no meaning of work from home, because your project cannot come to your home. Doctor's patient can come to doctor, client can come to advocate office or to court, but your project can never come to your home or your office, remember. It is therefore indispensable that you can avoid civil engineers. You may know or you may not know. Remember, on footpath on which you walk, on road on which you run, ply your vehicle, or even now we are sitting, or whatever you do, you go to toilet, you take bath, You go to wherever in whole world, somewhere civil engineer and his crew are involved. If you fall somewhere because of some bad work, it's because of civil engineering management, bad management. If some building collapses, it is because of civil engineering, bad management. If there's accident due to bad road, it's because of civil engineering management. So I can say you can abuse at that time what sort of people who constructed this facility. You have every right. But don't forget, again I say, dedication or no dedication, devotion or no devotion, it depends upon you. There are two parts, one side is money and one side is work. It's up to you which one you elect for yourself. Everybody shall elect money, I know. It's natural. Money is more important than privacy and personality. So people do that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. That is the reason that there are only 2-3% thinker in society and all others followers all over the world. You may be having whatever position, the question is what level of thinking you have. You may be engineer, doctor, scientist, leader or whatever, but thinking level is more important than that. I have seen people who are not very well educated, but they think a lot. There are such personalities in the world. And there are so many people who are very well educated, having all types of degrees, but they cannot think a lot. This is difference. That's what I am saying. My talk is entirely different. It has nothing to do with what people think. And this is the reason that I wanted to talk about Royal Charter and management. Because Royal Charter is a part of management, while management itself is management. My talk is about project management, about other management in our profession, and of course this is a part of supporting management. This is a part of management of type. It disseminates information to public. It disseminates information to everybody in field and other fields and to public. This is very important one. If information is not disseminated, public shall not know what is happening, what is update on technology, what's update on something else. Oh, hell with you. And that's why I'm saying it's very important one. And only purpose is you should differentiate between what people do. It's fault of civil engineers that they are not trying to project themselves to public. Public do not know about them. Public only know that there are some engineers working with government. In government employment they are working. They only know about that. They don't know behind scenes. They don't know anything. They know some building is under construction, some bridge is under construction. They know there's some canal is under construction. People are working and that is engineering. No, that is not engineering. That is one part of engineering. There are so many parts of engineering which you are supposed to know. Lot of work is done behind that. Preparation work, design work, planning work, budgetary work, all work are behind. When you see building is ongoing or some projects are ongoing, before that in past, the history of that, there are so many activities already done. Only then that goes. And those are activities which are not known to you. Those are real activities which people do not know. Even professionals do not know. They do not know what factors we consider, what stages we cross to do even something small. We think a lot on that. There are so many processes which are done, so many options are considered, so much work is done, so much economically, professionally, market-wise, technology-wise, all considerations are taken into account, and then we decide something. This is what is engineering about. Means if you don't apply complete intellect to something, then you cannot be called an engineer. If you only follow something, if you just follow something that's done in the past, then you cannot say it's engineering. It's a repetition. Repetition is not engineering. If you see something was done in the past and say, okay, it is done, I'll do the same, then what mind you apply it? Question is that. If you can't apply your mind for something new, then you cannot say that you are doing engineering. Engineering means intellect. More and more genius knowledge you have to apply. You have to learn from past, think on that, correct something wrong if happened, and update that, and then apply. Generate new methods, generate new procedures, try alternative materials, try for long-term use, try for benefits, economical benefits, material benefits, all that. That is where we stand, and therefore I say engineering is in fact a research work. It's all time research work which we define as operational research. Operational research means research what is conducted during working. Empirically, without referring to certain formula, we are not driving any formula there, but we are understanding, we are learning from what we did in past, what mistakes we caused in past, and why these mistakes were caused, what were reason behind that, and we have to discover that reason and learn that and amend our past bad works to new better works. That is what we do. So you can do only when you are a professional, you have certain basis, you have certain measurement of your knowledge, of your standards, and what is that? How to measure that? Question, we cannot take an inch tape or fita and measure that. It is evaluation of knowledge, it's weight of your knowledge, it's interest in you, what value you give to yourself. Everybody has the same height, same weight, same size, same face, but everybody is different. You cannot say, view of some person what knowledge he has got. You cannot say that until you experience that person, you chat with him, you know about him, you work with him. You cannot say what person is that. Maybe his face very innocent, but his mind is very, very dynamic. Maybe face is very impressive, but mind is zero. There are personalities like that. So valuation of your knowledge, measurement of your knowledge is done by to certain standard marks, and that standard marks are called certain titles, certain designations, certain controls. And that is what industrialization is all about. Means if you have to industrialize your country, you have to make your country into something productive management or productive people, then certainly you have to measure their achievements in some form. And that measurement itself is done by institutional management or self-evaluation management. But self-evaluation management cannot be certified, cannot be evaluated until it is proven. So what adopted certain you can say measurement through certain institutionalized mechanism, and that institutionalized mechanism applies all over the world. It's not that we do that, everywhere it is done. And education itself is a institutionalized mechanism, and post-education, what you are is measured in certain forms, licensing form, registration form, something, which certainly declare that this person is having this kind of competency. Just like MBBS says this person is like this competency, is a physician, or MS is like that. Similarly, in every patient we devise that. For that purpose, industrialization in this country, post-independence was required, and pre-independence also was required, because it doesn't matter which government rules it. Post-industrialization continues. It doesn't relate to which government rules this country, what happens of continuation of life, continuation of system, continuation of industrialization, continuation of agriculture. These always happen. It doesn't relate to which government is there. Or even if there is no government, it will move because society will move. So what I am saying is, justification is there in such type of talks, and you should learn that. You should not stop there. Life is never stopped. Advancement can never stop. Research can never stop. And exposing discoveries is never stopped. It's never stopped. You cannot stop because mind cannot stop. Mind even works in dream. Mind works during sleep. So is profession. When I say profession, I consider it as above religion, because I have to devote maybe 20 hours, 16 hours per day, 18 hours per day when I am busy. Suppose I have some assignment, I will work on that. I will not think that it's 8 hours job. That's not that, because mind is not bound by time. Mind works all time. You are taking a bath or you are on WC or you are sunbed, your mind continues to work. So how can you measure time? You can't measure time when you are in profession. When work done by mind, you can't standardize it to be compared with time. Now, so I'm saying profession is a madness, actually, you can say. Otherwise, in common term, profession means a concentration, a degree of concentration, higher degree of concentration, then highest degree of concentration, and then concentration up to nature. If you reach to a level of concentration up to nature, there's no limit. There's no limit you can't achieve. You can achieve wonders. You can achieve wonders. And people know it. That time you forget what you educated, what degree you earned. You forget that. That time it is clear, universe with you, complete universe with you to help you, because at that time you start representing indirectly universe. You become a part of universe because universe wants to use you at that stage when you reach universe. That level of development is required because you have to leave one day. You are not here forever. Everybody has to leave one day. So my professional definition is entirely different. My management definition is entirely different. You may agree or you may not agree. It doesn't matter. Because you can agree only when you know it. You can agree only when you experience it. And time would teach you in your future what was right, what was wrong. If mind doesn't start working in childhood, it takes years, decades to train itself. So my criteria, my objective of this small discussion was just to let you know that things are not that easy. Life is not that easy as you think. Everybody has to struggle silently or bodily, it depends. Some people struggle in mind, some struggle by body, some struggle by tongue. Everybody has different approach. Some struggle for money, some struggle for property, wealth, some struggle for something else. Everybody has certain objective and people live like that. But again I say, do not join civil engineering if you cannot sacrifice your life. And if you are interested in that, join civil engineering. Otherwise, don't waste your time. You can join other computer management or something in which you think money is important. Money is not available in civil engineering field. Money is not available in mechanical engineering field. It's also not available in the electrical field. These are like, you get something only. You get something only, nothing else. I have not seen people in these professions to make money. They do not make money. My suggestion is, civil engineering is not destiny for everybody. IAS can be destiny for everybody. Management can be destiny for everybody. And other professions, advocate profession, chartered accountancy profession, judge profession, all this can be destiny for everybody. But civil engineering is unique in its strength, in its value, which everybody cannot pick up. Pick up means cannot adopt. If you have to adopt it, forget your family, forget your relations, then only you can adopt it. It's like yoga in jungle, meditation in jungle. It's like that. It's more difficult than defense army. It's more difficult than that. If you can understand that, if you join civil engineering, then don't try to sit in office. In designs, no, that is one part of job. You have to learn on sites, and which will not give you money. This is very solid statement I am making, and I have written on many posts that civil engineering is for those who want to isolate from society, who want to live in their own, and who want to mix up with society, who wants to move social, who want to be social, familial, then join something better. Well, we continue our daily talk of project management and institution of business charter. I was talking yesterday. I talked three times. I talked to you. I think I have taken three videos on that, and I think this is the fourth one. What this nonsense? I don't understand why these people calling, for what they are calling. Let me talk to this man. What it says? Unnecessary calling for nothing. So I say, let me continue this talk today. And bloody fool, what do you want? Get lost, you idiot, bastard! Bloody nonsense. Sorry, yeah. Sorry. Morning, Arjuna, welcome. Sally, okay, fine, thank you. Arjun Singh, and good morning, all that. People nonsense, doing nonsense, They are showing masturbation on this. These idiots. They talk if you want to talk. Why are you showing me your personal life? What you do in your home? I'm not concerned with that. People are like that. Sometimes I get irritated with these people. Really. It's a question of being irritated, What they want to share, I don't know what they want to tell actually. Gentlemen, I talk to you about this. Concentration is disturbed by these people, unnecessarily. Alright. I talk to you about this. Let me bring back this on. Sometimes getting angry for nothing with these people, English people. यार कहाँ चला गया so this is area started in your so I was what I told you I was talking to you about this I was talking to you about good morning is there thank you very much I was talking to you about this. This is the first page. I showed you before also, but I'm just reminding. Just slideshow. I'm not going to directly slideshow, but just talk to you about that. If you want to see this file, this is available on script.com, and that URL is available on video text. You can browse my video text regarding this or all, and see so many URLs there, and you will find everything there about this. Details. So if not now, later on you can see that. I'm just trying to show what I am saying. This is the first page, and I already covered many pages of that, and I'll now continue from those pages. This is just for your memory, just for your refreshing what I already discussed with you, and these are chapters included in this. The various chapters included in this, and I'll speak of these chapters. So then this is a general explanation what I'm explaining here. Is that and also then this legal status of engineers. So like that I had discussed already. So I have reached up to certain point, and that was here. I will show you which point I have reached there. This is Royal Charter. Just cover I show you what Royal Charters are about. If you saw on net on Institutional Engineers website, you will find this there, and this is actually available in archives probably. This is a Royal Charter. certain references I am showing. I will start talk now. This is text of charter starts here. First page of this charter. Then few pages I am showing to you so that you remember, to refresh if you were present last time, or you know it now if you are not available that time. I don't remember actually. Sorry, it's not very clear. So jump on the next one. Okay. I will show you now up to which article. I'll show you all articles on this article 1. This is one here. This was article 1. I will repeat now. Article 1 this was, and this was article 2. Up to that there were up to 15 articles I have discussed. So I'll now keep on moving to my document and speak about that. So let me now start about this submission of. So this is first phase engineering practice. I have shown you अभियंताकरण professional status in व्यावसायिक हैसियत, इंडिया भारत, रोल ऑफ चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर इंडिया, कार्य संबंधित एक वार्ता, राष्ट्रपति अभियंता भारत. This is page 1. Then there is page 2, which is regarding forward, in which I explained about what is engineering, what is development, and where we are required, and what is actual meaning of engineering, and all that is contained in this. Then it was index on 3rd page, and that is chapters including this talks are number 1 is project stakeholders, legal status, major status, actually all that's index. These pages have that, what actually says that slide number 4 says what is project stakeholders, and just for your information I am repeating that project stakeholders and what's legal status of entities. Slide 5 and slide 6 is major statutes involved on projects. Slide 7 is laws usable by engineers. Slide 8 is engineers and registration. Slide 9 is Her Majesty's prerogative powers, and then slide 10 is initiation of Institution of Engineers India, a brief past, and then it is about 11 to 55. Slide 11 to 55 is IIRL Charter 1935 deliberations in details, and then it is 56 to 74. Slide 56 to 74. India Bharat Savidhan constitutional relevance to II Charter. II stands for Institution of Engineers India. Then 75 to 79 slide is II Charter relevance to Indian Evidence Act, and 80 to 91 is II Charter relevance to India Penal Code, and then it's 92 to 93 slide is conclusion on deliberations, and then further explanations about that, and that is then 94 to 96 presentation ends. So these are their 15 divisions here, 15 index positions which I have prepared for your, and I have reached up to certain, you can say I was in involved with IRL Charter 935 deliberation on details slide 11 to 55. That's what is what now. Now I go to next page, and that is that is general explanations for common references, general reference to common references, and that was that one. In which I talked about involved parties on project often are, and what is an engineer by definition, on an international basis on professional contracts and responsibilities that are often interested on engineering profession. This I talked about in this, and then this is slide number 4. And if I go further, then it is the laws applicable, pertinent and usable by engineers, and this I had just referred to Institution of Engineers India Royal Charter, service tax or GST or contract related bond regulations, SHE regulations, fire protection regulations, quality procedures, national and international regulations, building bylaws and regulations, all relevant national codes, relevant international codes where two national codes do not adequately fit in, and all that. Then if you go further one, it was it was engineers registration purpose of them. What is engineer registration regarding the, and I include the Royal Charter on that relevance. And then if I go to the next slide, and this is about Her Majesty Prerogative Power, the definition of what Privy Council is, what is Majesty Prerogative Power, given in that for reference only. And then go to next slide, the initiation, Institution of Engineers India, and that is actually in number 10. It says what is Institution of Engineers India, how it is started, what is its history, and what we know about that. So given on this slide, and we go further back, it's here again national flag, our honor, a map of this country, and logo of Institution of Engineers. And then if you go further, there's a cover of Institution Charter. This is India Royal Charter, Institution of Engineers India Royal Charter. There's a cover I showed to you just now. And if you go on further, it's the engineering profession in India, Bharat Institution of Engineers India, and it's a Charter 95 Conference on Equivalent Statutory Charter title. And this is cover page of this one. And let's go further one, and that is Institution of Engineers Royal Charter, which is start off, you can say, content of this charter. Here it starts, this slide number 14. You start here with content of charter, which says actually Institution of Engineers India Royal Charter at Courts of Buckingham Palace. At Buckingham Palace on 13th day of August 1935, present King's Most Excellent Majesty and Council, and that's what it is. And next go to one, that's Your Majesty address to that one. This committee addresses to Your Majesty. That's all. And then go to next one, Lord of Committee are telling something about this draft. Is you have to order this one. Then Majesty says something about that, and we go further one, that I'm just telling you what actually I talked yesterday, that if this charter was granted, and there's further contents on that which I start now. Now say where this is slide number 10 and 19. This will be by virtue of our royal prerogative in that behalf, and on all our powers enabling us so to do, of our special grace, certain knowledge and mere motion to hereby for us, our heirs and successors, will grant, direct, appoint and declare as follows. So it is a declaration of charter now. It starts here with, and then the article 1 is there. Article 1 starts here, and it says persons now members of said institution, known as Institution of Engineers India, and all such persons as may hereafter become member of body corporate herein, hereby constituted pursuant to or by virtue of these powers granted by these presidents, and their successors shall forever hereafter, so long as they shall continue to be such members, be by virtue of these presents, one body corporate politics. And this is what is called Institution of Engineers India. And this Article 1, and then go to Article 2, which are objects and purposes for which this institution is constituted. This then the objects and purposes for which this Institution of Engineers India, hereinafter called institution, is hereby constituted, are to promote general advancement of engineering and engineering sciences, promote general advancement of engineering and engineering science and their application in India, and to facilitate exchange of information and ideas on those subjects amongst members of and persons attached to institution and otherwise. And for that purpose, this is Article 2. For that purpose, to promote advance in this, there are many sub clauses. For clause A is to promote and advance science, practice and business of engineering in all its branches. Thereafter referred to as engineering in India. Definition of engineering, it is again I said definition of engineering, it is promote and advance science, practice and business of engineering in all its branches. Then you go to next clause, there's B1. In that 1(2)(b), and that is to establish, subsidize, promote, form and maintain local associations of members belonging to institution and others engaged or interested in engineering, so as to assure to each individual member, as far as may be possible, equal opportunity to enjoy rights and privileges of institution, to diffuse to diffuse among members information on all matters affecting engineering, and to encourage, assist and extend knowledge and information connected therewith by establishment and promotion of lectures, discussions on correspondence, by holding of conferences, by publication of papers, periodicals or journals, books, circulars and maps or other literary undertaking, by encouraging research work or by formation of library or libraries, and collection of models, designs, drawings and other articles of interest in connection with engineering or otherwise, and then to promote study of engineering with a view to disseminate information obtained for facilitating scientific and economic development of engineering in India, and then it is after that to encourage, regulate and elevate technical and general knowledge of persons engaged in or about to engage in engineering or in any employment, manual or otherwise in connection therewith, and with a view thereto to provide for holding of classes and to test by examination or otherwise competence of such persons, and to institute and establish professorships, studentships, scholarships, rewards and other benefactions and to grant certificates of competency, whether under any act of Government of India or local governments, regulating conduct and qualifications of engineers or otherwise howsoever, and then it is to give Government of India, local governments and municipalities and other public bodies and others facilities for conferring with and ascertaining views of engineers as regards matters directly or indirectly affecting engineering, and to confer with said governments, municipalities and other public bodies and others to regard to all matters affecting engineering, and then it is to encourage invention and investigate and make known their nature of merits, and then it is to arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contracts and other documents used in engineering, and to encourage settlement of disputes by arbitration, to act as or nominate arbitrators and umpires on such terms and in such cases as may seem expedient, and to promote efficiency and just and honorable dealing, and to suppress malpractice in engineering, and also to do all such other acts and things as are incidental or conducive to the attainment of above objectives, any of them. And then it is Article 3, with a view to better attainment of objects of institution shall use its best endeavor to arrange, insofar as not already arranged, subdivisions of India into areas and establishment of local centers for members and others of attached to institution who reside or are occupied in those areas, and shall from time to time prescribe and when desirable alter boundaries of such areas, which shall be regulated in such a manner as bylaws for time being of institution prescribe. And then it is, institution shall not carry on any trade or business or engage in any transaction with a view to pecuniary gains or profit of membership thereof. And no member shall have any personal claim on any property of institution, and no part of income or property of institution shall be paid or transferred directly or indirectly by way of dividend or bonus or otherwise, howsoever, by way of profit to members of institution, except in case of and as a salaried officer of institution. And then it is, there shall be a council of institution consisting of such members, some members with such qualifications, and to be elected on constituted as members of council in such manner, and to hold offices for such period and on such terms as to re-election, and otherwise as bylaws for time being of institution shall direct. Then, unless and until bylaw for time being of institution shall otherwise direct, council at their last meeting prior to annual general meeting of institution in each year shall elect from among their members a president for ensuing year, and president to be elected shall enter into office on a day at that ensuing annual general meeting, and shall be ex officio a member of council for ensuing year. Of members of the council of institution other than president, each member shall coincide with total number of local and central, etc. This is in that. Then we go to next article, and that is Article 7. The first president of institution shall be this one. Name is Sir Thomas Carroll, Hijos Russell, and so many other people who are vice president. Then we go to next one, and that is said president, vice president, and member of council shall respectively hold office as such until due election and coming into office of their successors in accordance with bylaws of institution, but shall be respectively eligible subject to such bylaws for a re-election if otherwise qualified. So this is just another rule. And then present Article 8, institution shall have such officers with such functions, tenure and terms of office as bylaw of institution may prescribe, and such other officers and servants as council of institution may from time to time appoint. First secretary of institution shall be such and such. So let's go to other one. Article 9, I'm just trying to remind you what I did. The government and control of institution is very important. Government and control of institution of its affairs, and its affairs shall be vested in council, subject to provisions of these presents and to bylaws for time being of institution. Business of council shall be conducted in such manner as council may from time to time prescribe. And then Article 9, all powers of institution shall be vested in and exercisable by council, except so far as seen or by these presents or by bylaw for time being of institution expressly required to be exercised by institution in general meeting. And then Article 11, which is, it says, unless and until bylaws of institution shall otherwise provide, there shall be first 5 classes of members of institution, termed respectively honorable life members, honorable members, associate members, company, etc. These are given there. We'll go to the next one, and that's Article 12, which is, unless and until bylaws of institution shall otherwise provide, institution may attach to itself students, associations, associates. This is also same in the continuing next one. Article 13, qualifications, method and terms of admission, privileges and obligations, including liability to expulsion or suspension of members of each of said 5 classes respectively shall be such as by laws for time being of institution shall direct. And then we go to Article 14, council shall alone have powers to decide conclusively respecting each other person for or seeking admission to any class of membership of institution, whether he has or has not fulfilled such conditions as are applicable to this case. And then we go to Article 15, where I was stopped yesterday. Now I'll go slowly and explain. Article 15 is I Charter 15, a member of institution. Now this will start in details. Article 15, a member of institution shall be entitled to exclusive use after his name of abbreviated designation like FIE, MIE, AMIE. FIE stands for Fellow of Institution of Engineers India, and MIE stands for Member of Institution of Engineers India. AMI stands for Associate Member of Institution of Engineers India. Companion of abbreviated designation COMP, Companion IE India, as honorary life member of an abbreviated form, Honorable Life HO and Honorable LIFE Life MI India, and an honorary member of abbreviated designation Honorary MI India. Now these are actually memberships which are given on charter itself. This has nothing additional, but there is a note. An exclusive use of designation is significance herein, which does not require any member using any academic education qualification after name, but IEI designation alone exclusively, which also means this designation if you are using, only members can use, no other member of other institution can use this designation. If I use FIE India, it means I am from Institution of Engineers India, and there is no other institution in this country which can claim that it's Institution of Engineers India in this title. Similarly, MIE and AMI, all that indicates that you belong to this institution. The Institution of Engineers India, Royal Charter 95. There's no other same institution. There can be societies, something else with different names. Those designations are not a statutory designation, but society designation. But this designation is not society designation. This designation is India designation. FIE India, MI India, AMI India, which means Fellow of Institution of Engineers India and Member of Institution of Engineers India. India is used here, which means you are member of this institution, which is institution of the Union of this country. And FIE grade was added in 1974. FIE India grade added later by operation of bylaw amendment 1974. Professional engineer designation, Professional Engineer India Right certification added later in 1995. International Professional Engineer India Elite certification empowered by international agreement IPEA, which stands for International Professional Engineer Association. Around that was added in 2010 or 2011. This is Article 15. All these designations are statutory designations, charter designations. These are not private designations. If somebody says, no, this is not an institution, of course certifies these, but once India is written in bracket, This means you are elected on behalf of institution India. You are not elected on behalf of society. This is not a society. This is a public body. This is a constitutional or statutory body. This is what I want to say. Here is, and now I'll go to Article 16. Article 16 here, which is very important. Article 16. Article 16 which says, II Charter present Article 16. Every person being at any time, every person being at any time, I'll show you this also in this Article 16, which is much better to show you. Means this is most important of these. This article is most important for everybody to know, every person in this country to know, every person overseas to know. This is most important for which actually the purpose is, whole purpose of this article, that people join this institution, and this is unknown to many around world. It's unknown to many around world. So I am showing you this exclusively. You can read this, you can see this on this URL that I have given you, but also now because I want to show you currently. Come on, so too late you are to 16. So it has come now. So it is 16. Yes, this is that one. This I'm talking of. Okay. This I'm talking of. Article 16. This is what is written in this. Every person being at any time, corporate member of institution may, as long as one shall be a corporate member, can use or take name and title of Chartered Engineer India. This is actual beauty, attraction on this charter for those who are corporate members of Institution of Engineers India. And you know what corporate member is? If you don't know, I can explain that. Remember this Article 16, this only power which attracts engineers to join this institution as corporate member, AMI India, MI India, FI India, which all three designations fall in class of corporate members of institution. Which is most important? What is corporate? We have to understand that. This charter is called Charter of Incorporation. What is incorporation? Charter of Incorporation means this was a private body once, it was a company, or maybe it was an association or society. Later on, British government, and now equivalent to our government, they took this body onto their list, means for which they are responsible, they were responsible. This institution was listed among many other institutions, which was practiced in UK, still practiced here, and this was on their roll. Means this was King Charter. They adopted the institution as their own, and so is the status now, that this is incorporated with union. This institution is having automatic incorporation with Union of India. That is what means corporate member of this institution. There are corporate members of other institutions also, but this is different because this is Royal Charter. So you are member of a Royal Chartered institution. This is what meaning of that. It is same thing as you can say you are member of government, or you are member of engineering parliament, you can say. This is a parliament of engineers. This functions as total engineers. This has to devise policies of engineering education, policies of engineering management. This has to decide. You may say All India Council of Technical Education is there. Yes, that is there. That's only for education purpose. This institution is not only for education purpose, but for advancement and promotion of engineering in all its branches in this country. If you see that objective in clause article 2, definition of engineering, you will find that. So that is my interpretation, my construction about this charter, that chartered engineer means a person who has got competency to work as engineer independently. A person who has any legal competency, that person is authorized to sign, use his seal with his name and this title, chartered engineer, which is minimum. And if he's professional engineer also, that's also added advantage. And that person is international professional engineer is another advantage. So this chartered engineer, until someone is corporate member in whatever capacity, AMIE India, MIE India, FIE India, associate member of Institution of Engineers India, member of Institution of Engineers India, fellow of Institution of India, you are automatically empowered to use title Chartered Engineer India after your name. Nobody can stop you from that until you belong to this institution as corporate member. This is beauty of this. So if you write chartered engineer AMIE, chartered engineer MIE, chartered engineer FIE, it's automatically understood that you belong to this institution, which means you belong to a body that is of this country. So for this purpose, everybody is attracted to such designations, because you don't get such type of designation in your employment. You don't get such type of designation wherever you work. This is, you can say, an individual designation. This is designation of a person. Alternative authority, you can say. This designation is granted to you by president, you may say. This is granted to you by parliament, you may say. This is granted to you by public, you may say. Whatever you may say, ultimately this is granted to you by India, because India is written here. So you are chartered engineer of this country. You have every right to work as engineer all over this country. In practice, you can use this designation also in government, if government agrees with you, or you are an independent engineer in government. You have every right to use the designation. And remember, use is not enough. This is liability. This, if in case you do something wrong, you are trapped in, you are caught, or you do something illegal action, and you will be responding on this, you will be held also. Until you are corporate member, no one can pull this decision back. This is integrated designation to your corporate membership. And corporate membership is exclusive designation, as it mandates on its article that no one else can use designation without being a member of these institutions. If you are a member of other institutions, you cannot use this designation. That is illegal. You can use this designation along with Chartered Engineers India designation, which is a unique designation, unique string of designations, string in sense FIE Chartered Engineer, MIE Chartered Engineer, AMIE Chartered Engineer. This is connected designation, calculated to be same. It's up to you whether or not to use this designation. No one can force you. This is given to you a choice. If you, yes, membership is your original right. If you use FI, MI, that is your integrated, that's your permanent membership until you are corporate member. But this designation of chartered is your prerogative. It's your option. If you want to use it, use it. If you do not want to use it, it's up to you. But it is understood once you write your membership as FI, MI or MI India, automatically you are designated chartered engineer. Every person who is educated one should know it. So this is article 16, and Article 16, and I'll jump to now on Article 17. Article 17, what is it? Now it says meetings of institution shall be such classes of and shall be held for such purposes as may from time to time be prescribed by bylaws and institution, and the right of several classes of members and of persons attached to institution of attending and voting at said meeting shall be such or subject to such restriction as may be prescribed. So this is regarding meeting of institution, which is, you can say, public affair. Meetings are conducted by all centers as well as by head office regularly to meet and effect required II management purpose as defined within II Charter. So this is an article related to meeting of institution, meetings whatsoever, or whatever classes of members, or whatever classes of meetings has whatever purpose from time to time according to bylaws of the institutions, and right of several classes of members to be present there is all that. So we'll go to next one, and that is Article 18, which is corporate members or majority of such members, all corporate members or majority of such members present in person or by proxy and voting at any duly convened general meeting of corporate members, with respect to which notice shall have been given of meeting of to matters or matters to be taken into consideration thereat, shall have power from time to time to make such bylaws of institution as to them shall seem requisite and convenient for regulation, government and advantage of institution, its members and property, and for furtherance of objects and purposes of institution, from time to time to revoke, alter or attain, and bylaws or bylaws therefore made, so that same shall be reasonable and not repugnant to these presents or to laws and statutes of India, provided that no such bylaw revocation, alteration or amendment shall take effect until same has been allowed by Lords of our Privy Council, of which allowance is certificate under hand of clerk or our Privy Council shall be conclusive evidence. II corporate members have been authorized to legislate. This is my comment. II corporate members have been authorized to legislate laws and bylaws, regulation under this charter to achieve its objectives. Approval by Privy Council is not required since post 1947. This provision does not apply while no amendment or modification had been effected by then Honorable President of India Bharat under Constitution of India Article 372 and 372A, pertinent existing laws continuance, which renders this provision to get allowance from Privy Council void, when fact remains that Privy Council does not exist in India Bharat, and this reference was not replaced by His Excellency President of India within constitutional prescribed limit for existing laws, adaptations or modification. So we go to next article, and that's Article 19, which is Article 19 or present 19. First bylaws to be made under these presents shall be made by corporate members of institution within period of 12 months from date of these presents, unless Lords of Privy Council, Lords of our Privy Council shall see fit to extend such period, of which extension certificate of Clerk of our Privy Council shall be conclusive evidence. Comments. My comments are: previous presents comments do apply herein as well. Privy Council does not exist within Constitution of Bharat India. Provisions rendering this mandate void post 1947. Past 9. Okay. Virtually, IEI's general body has replaced approval by Privy Council. Then present Article 21. Let me get some water. I'm thirsty. I think 1 hour will be better. Properties and monies of said existing association or institution known as Institution of Engineers India, including property and monies of anyone if any held by them as trustees, shall from date of these presents become and be deemed to be property and monies of institution, and shall as soon as may be formally transferred to institution or such person or persons on its behalf as bylaws may prescribe. Our comments are: previous presents comments do apply herein as well to comply with transition purpose from a registered to a royal upgrade status. Now last, I think it is so let me go this Article 20, 21 and this 22. Article 22, which is also very important. Article 22, let me show you on this better. Article 22, which is 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. This is Article 22. I'll show you this page here, very important article. Present or Article 22. I can't read clearly, maybe you, but I speak now. Is regarding latest patent. I will speak now for this article. Now Article 22, now it is declaration at last it is, and we, it means King is declaring, and we do hereby for us, our heirs and successors grant and declare that these our letters patent or enrollment or exemplifications thereof. Declare that these our letter patents or enrollment or exemplifications thereof shall be in all things good, firm, valid and effectual, according to true intent and meaning of same, and shall be taken, construed and adjust in all our courts or elsewhere in most favorable and beneficial sense, and for best advantage of said institution, any misrecital, non-recital, omission, defect, imperfection, matter or thing whatsoever notwithstanding. This is Article 20. I'll repeat this because it's very important. It's having complete sense of this charter, and we do hereby for us, our heirs and our successors grant, हम इसके द्वारा हमारे लिए, हमारे आने वाले लोगों के लिए, बच्चे या उनके बच्चे जो भी उनके सक्सेसर होंगे, उनके बच्चों के लिए या उनके सर्वाइवर्स के लिए, उनके सीट के सक्सेसर्स के लिए देते हैं, ग्रांट करते हैं इसको. वी डू हेयर बाय फॉर अस, आवर हीयर्स एंड सक्सेसर्स ग्रांट एंड डिक्लेयर, घोषित करते हैं, दैट दिस आवर लेटेस्ट पेटेंट, कि हमारे ये लेटेस्ट पेटेंट और एनरोलमेंट और एग्जाम्पलिफिकेशन देयरऑफ, जो हमने एनरोलमेंट किया है, एग्जाम्पलिफिकेशन किया है, डिटेल किया है, शैल बी इन ऑल थिंग्स, हर हालत में, गुड, फर्म, वैलिड एंड इफेक्चुअल, अच्छे हैं, मजबूत हैं, लगाने वाले हैं, एप्लीकेबल हैं, इफेक्चुअल हैं, अकॉर्डिंग टू ट्रू इंटेंट एंड मीनिंग ऑफ सेम, जो भी इसका मीनिंग सोचा गया है, लिया गया है, उसके लिए shall be in all things good, firm, valid and effectual, according to true intent and meaning of same, and shall be taken, construed and adjusted in all our courts or elsewhere in most favorable and beneficial sense. And इसमें कहा है, इनको लिया जाएगा, समझा जाएगा ऐसा ही, और कोर्ट्स द्वारा फैसला किया जाएगा ऐसा ही, या कहीं और भी जो कि इंस्टीट्यूशन के मोस्ट फेवर हो, उनके सपोर्ट में हो, उनके बेनिफिट के लिए हो. shall be taken, construed and adjust in our courts, all our courts or elsewhere in most favorable and beneficial sense, and for best advantage of said institution, और इस इंस्टीट्यूशन के सबसे अच्छा देखे जाने के लिए इसका फैसला लिया जाएगा. एंड मिस रिसाइटल, और कोई भी कहीं गलत अगर बता भी दिया गया है इसमें, इस चार्टर में, नॉन, या कुछ रह भी गया है, नॉन रिसाइटल, या कुछ बताना रह भी गया है, कुछ गलत बताया है या रह गया है बताना, और या कोई भूल हो गई है, ओमिशन हो गया है, डिफेक्ट कोई कमी आ गई है, इम्परफेक्शन कोई मजबूत चीज़ नहीं हुई है, परफेक्ट नहीं हुई है, मैटर और थिंग, चाहे वो कुछ भी हो, व्हाट्सोएवर not withstanding. कहता क्या है, for best advantage of said institution, any misrecital, non-recital, omission, defect, imperfection, matter or thing whatsoever notwithstanding. मैं एक बार दोबारा पढ़ता हूँ, अब तो इंग्लिश में पढ़ूंगा. And we do hereby for us, our heirs and successors grant and declare that this our latest patent on or enrollment or exemplification thereof shall be in all things good, firm, valid and effectual, according to true intent and meaning of same, shall be taken, construed and adjusted in all our courts or elsewhere in most favorable and beneficial sense, and for best advantage of said institution, any misrecital, non-recital, omission, defect, imperfection, matters or things whatsoever notwithstanding. Now I may comment the comments are also there. All provisions including designation chartered in India are valid throughout India, Bharat. Power, responsibilities, objectives, purpose to apply engineering in India is also valid for IEI members in line to abide by other Indian laws and codes. No government or statutory agency should object to such constitutional, statutory, chartered special right to IEI members. This is what this says. This is very dominating, very powerful Article 22, where King himself says that this is our letter patent, this is our enrollment, this exemplification, detailing, and this is good, this is firm, this is valid, this is factual and true, and should be taken in our courts and everywhere in its true spirit, in beneficial way, in support of institution. That's what it say. And if there is anything missing, anything wrong, anything not taken up, any defect exists, all must be forgotten and whatever is best for them should be given to them. This is what the article says. Then we go to next article, and that is actually this was last article of this, but let us see. It goes to what is today. There's one more, and that is the final one, and let's say is in witness thereof. I'll show you this first here. It's very important, and because this must be clear to everybody when I'm talking of. As is this one. This is final page on which King signed and sealed, and what it says you can read. Witness whereof have caused these letters to be made patent ourselves at Westminster of September in 20th year of our reign by warrant of King. Some of what it says. So what it says that in witness whereof we have caused these our letters to be made patent, witness ourselves at Westminster, 9th day of September, in 26th year of our reign, by warrant under King's signed manual, and then it's sealed. This is end of this document. We in witness whereof we have caused these letters to be made patent. So these are patented letters. No one can claim that. This is only for Institution of Engineers and its members. No one else can use these titles, such as designated titles FIMI, NMI, and chartered engineer title or institution title itself, Institution of Engineers India. There can be no other institution as such. Witness ourselves at Westminster, 9th day of September, in 26th year of our reign, by warrant under King's signed manual. So this is King's charter given to Institution of Engineers India. This was sole purpose of my talk about this charter, and then this is a kind of closing, you may say, for this charter talk, but not interpretation of this. This is just for documentation, but I actually plan to thank regarding this portion only. There's a continuation portion of this for further interpretations, and this is only for this part of document, that is 22 documents or 22 presents here, for which a thank statement is there. I'll read for you because later on I added so much on that, so I'll just go through that. And I'm saying, dear audience, distinguished participants, actually this submission, this presentation was prepared some seminar, and that was arranged in 2013, and I was requested by engineer Ashok Manhar of Bhopal. You may hear about Ashok Manhar, engineer Ashok Manhar is MIE and also postgraduate in structural engineering, is a practicing engineer in Bhopal. He had requested me about this in 2013 to conduct a seminar here, but that could not happen for some reasons, and their audience now, distinguished parents, students, thanks for your kind attention and patience for participation during IEI Charter deliberations. Expected IEI Charter 1935 is now clear to those who have participated. References from Constitution of India shall now be deliberated briefly. Thanks once again, Dhanyavad. Now I go to, and then Jai Bharat. Now I go to next one in the same presentation, and that I move on to that. Before that, I would say that do not think that if we have got freedom and British have gone, that this charter is finished. There is some mix up in minds of many professionals that this has gone, British has gone, this charter is finished, charter has gone. It's not that. It's country. There's a legal mechanism, frame. You cannot simply say that. Unfortunately, you have not gone through various acts. It is a drawback in our country, which I know, that we are very well educated indeed. Nevertheless, we do not see parallel education that is required, parallel interactive education, or you can say that must be learned. As a citizen of this country, it's my duty to know something about my country. As a professional of this country, it's my duty to know something about this country. And if I do not know that, something in general you can say, how my country moves, how climate operates, how does it work on legal mechanism. It's my basic duty to know that. It's not necessary I should be a part of my profession, it should be part of my knowledge. But if I am not taught this in my engineering education or in my general education or nowhere else, but I should know that. I should know which country I am living, how my country is moving. If this is an institution or there's some other institution or there's a government or there's a parliament or there's something else, how are they moving, which force is behind them. This point is very interesting and must be realized by all citizens. I understand every citizen cannot go to that extent, but if you are a professional, and in particular engineering professional or medical professional or some other higher grade profession which cannot come in class of traditional artisans, that high profile professor level professionals, I can say you are a professor level professional. That level professional means you are a responsible professional. You have liabilities and responsibilities that you have to share in your life. You cannot leave them without sharing, without being liable, without being accountable to them. And if you cannot be accountable and liable to them, then you have no right to be called a professional. Because professional means you have to interact with all people in field. And in that case, you have to know something about your land, something about law under which you are controlled, and that law must be known to every professional engineer, every chartered engineer, every non-chartered engineer, every engineer, every doctor, every I know CAs know all this, CA know, and CA knows this, and the advocate knows this, all company secretaries knows this. Only people are engineers and doctors who do not know about what law we have in this country. So it is impossible that it should be included in our syllabus, because our syllabus is only for 4 or 5 years, and there are already more than 35 subjects to 40 subjects we have to study. So it's not easy during that period of 5 years that you go through all this. So post education, when you are free, you have time maybe, or you are busy, you may have some time, you have to find some time to know all where is your constitution of this country, what is charter of this country, what is civil procedures in this country, and all such which are applicable to you once you suppose deal with some contractor on your job, or you are a contractor yourself, or a consultant yourself, or you are a adjudicator yourself, or you are an arbitrator yourself. In that case, you shall be required to have knowledge regarding that. And if you don't have ABCD knowledge of that, how can you handle that case? If you don't know something about contract, how you can handle contractor? How can you write to contract? How can you understand contract risk? And if you are required to design a contract, to compose a contract, to devise a contract, how shall you know if you are not having knowledge about contract? So that's what's required. Means engineer doesn't mean technical engineer only. Engineer doesn't mean theory of structural bending, moment, shear force, and all that. It doesn't mean only designing structural steel or designing your RCC. It doesn't mean only doing concrete work or block work or brick work or doing plastering and all that. It doesn't mean just work on machines or work on electrical circuits. It means that you should know something about literature of your profession, how to deal with contractor, how to deal with workers. If you deal with workers, you must have law related to labor, workers, and law related to your marketing, and law related to something else where you can be trapped in. You should know about insurance. You should know means various side effects you should know. That's what's more important. Because as you grow in your profession, you take more and more responsibility. When you are promoted, you are supposed to know something else also. And if you don't know, you have to find source to know that. Nobody will teach you there. You are required to take responsibility. In higher position, you are general manager, or you are managing director, or you are even senior. It's your job to know that. I remember sometimes people ask me many things, means I have this problem, how to solve this problem, and I'm surprised to know about that. Those people are very well educated, much having education, having more than what I have. Some people having engineering graduation, the MBA, some will have some post-graduation, the MBA. Means you should know yourself. It's my duty to ask you. You have to ask me. But I don't mind that. I don't mind that. It's not their fault. They compare education to remuneration. If somebody is Bachelor of Engineering plus MBA, you think that person is a manager? I don't think that person is a manager. Manager means one who manages. It doesn't mean degree. Just like engineer means engineer who works on site, who works in design, who delivers. Simple. Manager doesn't mean MBA. Manager doesn't mean BE. Manager means who applies knowledge. Engineer, when applies knowledge in field, he is manager. Very simple. No further definition. I am managing my work. I am managing resources. I am managing to do work according to drawing. I am managing to do work according to specification, according to rules, according to codes. I am manager. What else? I am buying food for my worker. I am procuring material for my work. I am supervising work. I am dealing with vendors. I am dealing with client. I am dealing with myself. I am doing my workers, my machines, everyone in public. That's management. What is management? Handle everything according to require with minimum expenses and maximum profit. That's all. Maximum profit doesn't mean unlimited profit, means reasonable profit. You have to build your reputation, you have to build your standing, you have to build your market in whatever discipline you work in sites, you work in offices, you work wherever. That is what's required. That's management. You think management is a title I put on my office, this I am MBA, I am this, I am that, is management. No, that's not management. That is education of management, but not management. Not management at all. If I devote on site, I control project, I handle administration, I deliver work, I deliver my project to my client successfully according to compliance of requirements, specifications, designs, and then I can be called a manager, real manager, not title manager. So every foreman, every supervisor, every site engineer, every other engineer, if they are so much efficient in their works, in their duties, they are managers. Not certified, not entitled, but virtual managers. Because without their management, works won't happen, works won't move, workers shall not work, and if workers shall not work, works won't do, machines won't work, delivery won't be made. So that is management, which management comprises many other managements. Why don't you understand this, my dear engineers? Why always you submit to those who have nothing to do with you? You submit always to those who have nothing to do with you. You compromise quality, you compromise efficiency, you compromise everything because they want to do as such, but you should not do as such. This is my hard talk or soft talk, you may say, whatever you want to say. This is the purpose of title I am trying to tell you. I am also requesting institution councils to look into this charter again and again and understand this what you are. Don't think government will kill you, government will force you. No one can force someone else in this country. You try to visualize your status what you are. I know you are not thorough in this, you are very busy, you have no time for this, but irrespective of that time or no time, you have to do it because you are dealing with lives of engineers, you are dealing with all engineers directly or indirectly. You are executive of this body. Engineers are there, thousands of engineers are there as chartered engineer with you, but they do not see you face to face. But it's your duty to handle this charter regularly in its desired way. I am really regretful that if I write to council something, I propose something that they never respond. This is not professional way. Dear council, respected council, respected president, you should make some arrangement. If somebody writes to you, that person must get some response. It used to happen sometime back when I remember. I remember Engineer Puthia Fai was there, General Secretary, Director and General, I think Secretary and Director General of institution. There was another Secretary and Director General as Majumdar, Engineer Majumdar. I remember those days when I was too young. I used to get responses from them. But I don't know what evil has taken up this institution, what evil eyes has captured this, that if you write something to them, you are not getting any response. This is not a professional way of a professional institution. Do not think that you have to mold yourself into bureaucratism or you have to office controls. It's you to help engineers. It's you to serve engineers, and that's why you are here. Otherwise, you won't be there. Of course, you have to operate bylaws, you have to charter, but you should interact with engineers, just not for seminars or journals, but for administration. You have not done too much for chartered engineers force. You have not done as was required to be done. I'm not telling current one. I'm telling all councils of past. It's not a complaint. It's an observation by a senior person like me. I'm 66 years now, and I don't expect any future. But I lost something in my life because I could not understand that. I could not understand what civil engineer is, what chartered engineer is, what this institution is. I researched a lot on this. A lot of time I wasted on this. I invested in this affair, and not today. It has been for long. It has been for long, because I never understood what I am. I never understood what I was, what chartered engineer was, what corporate membership was, what was the legal role. I had to know that, so I discovered a lot. I studied a lot internationally on the internet, otherwise, to know more and more information about that, and ultimately at this age and before that also. But I'm not happy with the efficiency of our various councils, because they never expressed any interest in such type of activity related to our members, chartered engineer status. Okay, seminar is very good. You have conducted seminars, congresses, and all that, journals, publications. It's okay. You are doing a very specious, very appreciable work. But on top of that, power of your membership, which leads to chartered status, chartered engineer status, that chartered engineer status must be known to public, must be known to government, must be known to nation. But it could not happen. It could not happen till now. Till now it couldn't happen. We are not doles of government. We are not doles of some other institution. We are independent one. Independent in the sense professionally independent. I have written many proposals to institutions in my past. But I'm not happy. I didn't get an answer to that. And if you cannot respond to that, means you are ignoring your members, you are ignoring the institution, you are ignoring how to improve engineering, how to improve designations, how to improve membership. That's what I say about this. I'll move further on this talk. What I've given is not criticism at all. It's not criticism. In fact, I'm trying to awaken everybody. I'm trying to those engineers also who hate this institution. I know there are many people who hate this institution. I don't know the reason behind that. What reason is that? I don't understand why they hate them. They really hate it. I don't know that. And that is the reason that they have opened engineering council. They have opened something for this reason only, because they don't want this institution in India to move further. I don't understand any reason, and they also don't have any reason to explain. I know that they have no explanation. Explanation or no explanation, admissibility or no admissibility, recognition or no recognition does not make any difference to me. Whatever is available, whatever is statutory, whatever is under constitution of this country is factual. Whatever you imagine, whatever you think, whatever you consider in your way is not common, is not national answer. You may think whatever you want to think, it doesn't make a difference. You have every right to open an institution, association, or everything. You have done that. It doesn't mean that institution is over. It doesn't mean this law is over. And I am telling every member of council, honorable council of this institution, you also start thinking. I talk to many members during election of this institution council. Tell me about charter, what you will do. Those people could not answer anything, because they used to call me, used to send me mails, please vote for me, I am this and I am that. Okay, you are this and that, you are very welcome, no problem. You are chartered here, we help you, but tell me, how shall you handle this legislation? These persons do not know that. He simply said, well, I'm not very active with this, I'm not very active with this, I can't answer this question. Okay, fine. If you can't answer this question, you learn this question then. You learn what charter is. If you could not learn it, you are principal of some polytechnic for so many years, you never handled his charter, you never even came to know what charter. Well, no problem at all. It's never too late. Do it now. But still, it's not happening. It's not really happening. People think charter is a beauty, it's a decoration. What general engineers, those who are not members, or even some of them who are members, corporate members, who know they are charter engineers, some don't even know charter engineers, they think it's like a tag. It's like beauty, decoration. It's a feature. It's not a feature, no. It's your authority. It's your title to sign. You cannot say no. Nobody in this country can say no. If somebody says no, give me in writing on what basis you are claiming no. Cannot say that. It's on document, legal document. You cannot defy that. And if you defy, what happens, I am going to explain in further slides of this presentation. And that's why intermittently I came to talk to you, all engineers and those members of council and all others. You cannot deny this charter, because this is in force and this is on records of our independence history and post-independence history. This charter was never abrogated. This charter was never deferred. This charter was never amended. This charter was never destroyed. So, it is there. So simple. Honorable President of this country in those days, post-independence, was given time of 5 years and 2 years, exactly I don't remember, or 3 years plus, whatever time was given under Constitution Article 372. If you read that adaptation of laws means whatever laws, existing laws in those days or pre-independence laws in those days, which were to be transmitted to our constitution or our country, liberated country, free country. A provision was made, empowerment was given, President was empowered to do whatever President expected to do, whatever President was pleased to do, for adaptation of those laws, for destroying those laws, for retroacting those laws, or for repealment of those laws. This power was confined, was extended to President of India, and there were so many laws that were adopted, there were so many laws that were repealed and modified, but there is no reference to this law. This law was not adversely impacted or positively impacted. They was not at all impacted. It's not my fault. It's not for fault of IEI Charter. It's not for Council of IEI. It's not for fault of members of IEI. If President did not abolish this law, or did not change this law, or did not destruct this law, demolish this law, what can I do as a corporate member of this institution? This was not my job. In fact, I was not born at that time. I am 55 birth, and we got independence in 1947, and up to 5 years were given to President of this country, 5 or 6 years. So it was time up to 55. 1955 that Honorable President could do whatever wanted to do, whatever intended to do in national interest, but it was not done. So that charter, which was initiated in 1935, moved and is still moving in this country. So since 1935 it is reached 2020. It is 85 years it has worked. If there is no modification on that, no amendment on that, no change on that, it's not my problem. It is problem of government of this country, parliament of this country, honorable president of this country. It's not a problem to membership. They should have thrown it away if they wanted. Nobody stopped them. And they are talking of engineers. Well, I don't understand any meaning behind that. All institutions talk of engineers bill. Why do they need it? I don't know. If you want really that bill, you amend this charter and that's it. Charters are amended every 2, 3, 5, 10 years in Britain. Why did you not amend it? This charter was raised. It was answered also in parliament argument, parliament debate regarding Architect 1972. A question was raised that you are regulating architect. What about engineers? What about those people who are working in the field of engineering? There was an answer from minister. Now already a charter was issued to the institution in 1935. There is no further need of anything. And that's right too, because charter was issued to us, which is like a law. It's like a law, life of this land. So why do you expect something else to be given to you? So that on that basis, there was no response from ministry, because ministry did not recognize these applications. They recognized this as a law of land. So we cannot deny that. And if you go and see all these municipal acts, bylaws, ministry house, all that, NB, National Building Code, NBC, you will find that qualification criteria for engineers given that either should be or should be corporate member of Institute of Engineers India. This is given in many building regulations I have gone through. So when they say it should be a corporate member of Institute of Engineers, then this means they recognize this. Although how should they know this? So when something is recognized, you cannot say this has gone. You cannot say that. It is not possible to say that. That's the only purpose. I try to share with you my mind. It's my mind I'm sharing. I'm not sharing public mind. Public has to think on this. Maybe I am right, maybe I am wrong, but I know I am right. It's you have to decide, because it's not for me. I'm not talking for me. I'm not going to get something even if people understand this. But it's available, you should understand this. That's the only purpose I'm here, to talk to you and spend so much time on this charter. Already I think this is fourth talk on this. I don't know exactly, fourth maybe, or fourth talk. So it's already, you can say, 14 hours already done, and I think maybe today whole time and probably one more, I'm not sure. And if that does, okay, fine, no problem, I'm ready for that. But it should be clearly understood from each and every angle. So now, मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बोलूँ शायद अच्छा रहेगा. मैं उन सब दोस्तों को बताना चाहता हूँ जो इंजीनियर्स हैं, इंजीनियर्स नहीं भी हैं इस देश में, भारत के, इंडिया के. मैं उस काउंसिल को बताना चाहता हूँ जो इंस्टीट्यूशनल काउंसिल परिषद है. मैं उस सरकार को बताना चाहता हूँ, इस देश की सरकार है, इस देश का राष्ट्रपति जी हैं जो भी हैं, इस देश की जनता है जो भी, कि हर चीज़ को मजाक में नहीं ले सकता. खेल नहीं होता हर चीज़. खेल खेल की जगह होता है, मज़ा मज़ा की जगह होता है, लेकिन जब गंभीरता की बात आती है तो गंभीर होना जरूरी होता है. अगर आप गंभीर नहीं है तो आप खो देंगे. मज़ा तो बच्चों में होता है, खेल में होता है, खिलाड़ी में, उससे जो लेना देना नहीं, उस देश नहीं चलता. देश चलता है मेहनत से, समझदारी से, गंभीरता से. और इंजीनियर होने का मतलब गंभीर होना ही है. जो इंजीनियर गंभीर नहीं, वो इंजीनियर नहीं. सिंपल सी बात है, मजाक में नहीं ले सकती बात को. हम जो काम करते हैं उसमें बहुत कुछ लगता है. उसमें हमारे रिसोर्सेस लगते हैं, हमारा धन लगता है, हमारी मशीन लगती है, हमारा वर्कर लगता है, सब माइंड लगता है. उसको खेल में नहीं ले सकता. वो फिल्म नहीं है, वो कोई गेम नहीं है. इसलिए जो हमारे रिसोर्स हैं, इंजीनियर्स, देश के लाखों करोड़ों इंजीनियर हैं, इलेक्ट्रिकल के, मैकेनिकल, सिविल के, खासतौर पर वो लोग जो कंस्ट्रक्शन में हैं, जो फैक्ट्री बनाने में हैं, जो इंडस्ट्री बनाने में हैं, जो स्टील प्लांट में हैं, जो कहीं भी हैं, उनके ड्यूटी बनती है कि देश की जनता को समझाएं. लेकिन समझाएंगे कब? जब खुद समझेंगे तब समझाएंगे ना. पहले आप खुद तो समझ लीजिए. को आप समझते नहीं, जानते नहीं, क्या समझाएंगे किसी को? आपको मेरी बात अच्छी लगी या बुरी लगी, मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा इस बात से। सच्चाई में कोई डर नहीं होता, सच्चाई से मैं नहीं डरता। झूठ को मैं गिरा दूंगा। 1,00,000 बार खड़ा रहे झूठ, 1 करोड़ बार खड़ा रहे झूठ, अरब बार खड़ा रहे झूठ, एक सच के सामने गिर जाता है। झूठ के पैर बहुत छोटे होते हैं, लंबे नहीं होते। झूठ हवा में चलता है, खत्म हो जाता है, आग में चलता है, खत्म हो जाता है। आग झूठ को जला देती है, आग सच्चाई है, झूठ झूठ है। इसलिए पहले आपको समझना होगा कि सच क्या है। आपको 1935 में क्या मिला था आपको मालूम नहीं है तो मालूम कीजिए, सरकार को मालूम नहीं तो मालूम कीजिए, और इस काउंसिल को भी मालूम नहीं तो मालूम कीजिए, पढ़िए, समझिए उसको। या आपका कर्म है, आपकी ड्यूटी है, नहीं समझेंगे तो आप कैसे काम करेंगे? अगर मैं नहीं जानता अपने जॉब के बारे में, अपने ड्राइंग के बारे में, क्या मुझे करना है, मैं कैसे काम कराऊंगा? वही बात होती है, पहले इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए होती है, उसको अप्लाई करने के लिए हम यहाँ बैठे हैं। अगर आप समझना नहीं चाहेंगे, अगर आप भारत के संविधान को नहीं पढ़ेंगे तो आप क्या जानेंगे भारत क्या है? कैसे जानेंगे आप? आपने तो कोई पढ़ा नहीं और ना पढ़ना चाहते, क्योंकि बहुत मुश्किल है आपके लिए। आपके लिए फिजिक्स आसान है, केमिस्ट्री आसान है, मैथ्स आसान है, ट्रिग्नोमेट्री आसान है, लेकिन इस देश के बारे में जानना बहुत मुश्किल है, जबकि कुछ है नहीं उसमें जानने का। सिंपल है, पढ़ लीजिए, समझ आ जाएगा। आप गहराई में नहीं जाइए, आप कम से कम पढ़ तो लीजिए, समझ तो लीजिए कि हम किस भारत में रहते हैं, वो भारत क्या है। आप नहीं समझना चाहते, आपको जो बताया गया वही सुनना चाहते हैं, आप स्वयं आगे नहीं बढ़ना चाहते। 98-97% लोगों का यही हाल है। इसलिए मैं यहाँ बैठा हूँ आपसे बात करने के लिए, आपको बताने के लिए कि मैं क्या समझता हूँ इसके बारे में। और यही विषय नहीं, मैं बहुत विषय में बात कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन यह विषय इतना आवश्यक है कि इससे हमारे देश की विकास जुड़ा है, इससे हमारे देश का भविष्य जुड़ा है। इंजीनियर होंगे तो विकास भी होगा, इंजीनियर होंगे तो सड़कें भी बनेगी, और इंजीनियर होंगे तो सब कुछ होगा, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन भी होगी, सब होगा, इंजीनियर्स होंगे तो। इसलिए मैं सिर्फ ये बताना चाहता था आपको कि ये जो हम बात कर रहे हैं इस संस्थान की, ये बात कोई हंसी मजाक नहीं है, और संस्थान को भी सोचना चाहिए सीरियसनेस से। हर बात हंसी मजाक नहीं होती है, हर बात बच्चों को खिलौना नहीं होती। हम बिल्डिंग बनाते हैं ये सोच कर बनाते हैं कि बिल्डिंग अच्छी बनेगी, लेकिन हम तो बनाते हैं कागज पे, बता देते हैं ऐसा कीजिए, और अगर करने वाला ऐसा ना करे तो क्या करेंगे? वहाँ आके बात रुक जाती है। हमारा बताना ही तो फाइनल नहीं होता है, जिसने वहाँ खड़े होकर काम कराना है उसका करना फाइनल होता है। वो क्या समझता है, कितना उस पर वैल्यू देता है, उसके ऊपर है। वो कह देगा कि साहब मैंने काम कर दिया, काम कर तो दिया, लेकिन देखा किसने? सवाल तो ये है। और जिसने देखा तो कितना देखा, ये भी सवाल है। आप देखेंगे नहीं, बस हवाबाजी करेंगे तो बात नहीं बनेगी। इसीलिए मैं अपने दोस्तों से, इंजीनियर से कहना चाहता हूँ, आप चाहे कहीं भी हों, भारत में हो, भारत से बाहर हो, पहले जान लीजिए कि मैं क्या बात कर रहा हूँ। और मैं नहीं समझता कि मैं उससे बात कर रहा हूँ जो आपको बुरी लगेगी, क्योंकि मैं इस इंस्टीट्यूशन को अपना ओरिजिनल मानता हूँ। लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मैं किसी को नहीं मानता। ये इंस्टीट्यूशन है, जैसे भी ये बना है इंस्टीट्यूशन वैसा है, उसको संभालना किसको? संभालना हमको है। यहाँ कोई जातिवाद नहीं होती, यहाँ कोई धर्म की बात नहीं होती, यहाँ काम की बात होती है, और वही इंजीनियरिंग है। अब हम चलेंगे आगे। आगे मैं क्या कहना चाहता हूँ, लेट मी सी फर्दर, एंड दैट इज आई रॉयल चार्टर 1935, इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया, रॉयल चार्टर, डेलिब्रेशन विचार। मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ उसकी स्लाइड क्या है। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया के बारे में क्या कहना चाहते हैं हम, वो आपको बता देते हैं आगे चलने से पहले। यस, इट इज़ दिस वन। यानी मैं शायद ज़्यादा ही बोलता हूँ, लगता हूँ आपको, कोई बात नहीं है। अब मैं जा रहा हूँ जिस चैप्टर में, दिस चैप्टर इज आई रॉयल चार्टर एंड दिस इज डेलिब्रेशन इन रिलेशन टू कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया, भारतीय संविधान। उससे लिंक कर रहा हूँ मैं इस चैप्टर को कि मैं क्या समझता हूँ उसके बारे में। मैं एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ, लेकिन समझता तो हूँ, ये तो है। मैं कानून का एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ, लेकिन कोई चीज़ समझने के लिए कानून का एक्सपर्ट भी नहीं होना चाहिए, कोई ज़रूरी नहीं है, कोई ऐसा ज़रूरी नहीं है। आपको कानून पहले सारा पढ़ना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि सारा तो ना किसी ने पढ़ा है ना कोई पढ़ेगा। आप तो जितने भी बड़े बड़े वकील हुए हैं या जज हुए हैं, सारा तो शायद उन्होंने भी नहीं पढ़ा होगा, नहीं पढ़ा होगा, पक्की बात है। अब हम आगे चलते हैं थोड़ा और देखते हैं हम क्या बात कर रहे हैं। ये है सो 1 घंटा 55 मिनट, नो प्रॉब्लम। So deliberations in relevance to Constitution of India, विचार विनिमय संबंधित भारतीय संविधान। All right, I come to next slide. Okay, साहब ये आगे slide. Constitution of India, Article 13. So I will show you here and explain about that. Article 13, Article 12, Article 12. Oh my God, कहाँ चली जाती है यार, क्या होता है इसमें, कहाँ तक जाता है पता नहीं। थोड़ा इसमें मैंने फॉन्ट छोटा यूज़ किया है, स्मॉल फॉन्ट वाज यूज्ड फॉर सम रीज़न। Article 12, Article 12, last one revision. I don't know why. Maybe temperature is more than average. It's like more than 26 at 3 o'clock. Maybe more now. Expected 40, 41 today. So of course, correct. All right. You may also take water. Okay, sir. चलें आगे. Move further. Now it's fundamental rights, that is general, and it is Constitution of India, Article 12. Article 12, Article 12, Constitution of India, Bharat Sanvidhan. And this is slide number 37, I hope. 37, which number I don't know, actually it is maybe 37, let me see. No, it's 57, yes, 57. Of course, 57, the slide number. In this part, this is now I'm quoting Article 12 from Constitution of India, and this says in this part, unless context otherwise requires, the state, STATE, the state includes government and Parliament of India and government and legislature of each of states and all local or other authorities within territory of India or under control of Government of India. I am repeating this. There is a clause, this is not a clause, this is article of Constitution of India, Article 12, fundamental rights. In this part, unless context otherwise requires, state includes government and Parliament of India and government and legislature of each of the states and all local or other authorities within territory of India or under control of Government of India. क्या मतलब है, सोच लीजिए। इस हिस्से में वो क्या कहता है आर्टिकल 12 में 12 में कि जब तक कि बताया ना जाए, इसमें जब तक कि अलग से ना बताया जाए, राज्य का, स्टेट का मतलब क्या है, सरकार हो, हमारी संसद हो, सरकार हो या हमारा आप कह सकते हैं लेजिस्लेचर हो, या विधायिका हो, हर राज्य की, ये वो लोकल अथॉरिटी हो या दूसरी अथॉरिटी हो, विद इन टेरिटरी ऑफ भारत के क्षेत्र में और सरकार के कंट्रोल में हो या ना हो, ये है स्टेट का आर्टिकल 12. आई रिपीट, इन दिस पार्ट, अनलेस context otherwise requires, state includes government and parliament of India and government and state and legislature of each of states and all local or other authorities within territory of India or under control of government of India. Now comments, I am making comments for this, and that's very important point. What comments I am making, I'll now go through that one by one. Let me start this time. Put it off for some time. Yeah, well, I think no problem. Okay. Foregoing fundamental rights, this is a comment down. What I observe from this, I'm just trying to give that one. Now, foregoing fundamental rights, article defining state is very significant in present context. Since this provision defines state, it should be considered as follows. Institution of Engineers India has been empowered by Royal Charter since 1935, which is classified as a constitutional document, as devised and ordered by then HMUK, Empire, King under royal prerogative and all other powers conferred on His Majesty King. It is very let me blow it better. I can't read this. Blow it better. So I have blown this better. It's better. Okay. Alright, so I say Institution of Engineers India has been empowered by Royal Charter since 1935, which is classified as constitutional document, as devised and ordered by then His Majesty UK Empire King under royal prerogative and all others conferred on His Majesty King. This piece of documented public law or act authorizes this body IEI in capacity as other authority in India, Bharat, leading to achieve status of state through not covered under finding and direct control by Government of India, since it is self-financing institute and governs itself as well, being autonomous. While it serves important functions, permanent Indian society by qualifying students as engineering equivalent degree graduates. It says again that this piece of document or this piece of law, document, public law or act, authorizes this body IEI in capacity as other authority, as said in other authority in your statement of Article 12, other authority in India, Bharat, leading to achieve status of state though not covered hereunder, funding and direct control by Government of India, since it is self-financing institute and governs self as well being autonomous. Autonomous while it serves important functions pertinent Indian society by qualifying students as engineering equivalent degree graduates. Since it's a part of India, since it's a part of India as an equivalent extended state, IAI becomes chartered equivalent statutory body based on its empowerment by Royal Charter 1935. A Royal Authority Act of Incorporation, which means that II is an equivalent statutory corporation functioning in India to effect state designed delegated authority functional such as certifying chartered engineers India as engineers India. Alright, next is, since it's a part of India as an equivalent extended, wait a minute, yes. Since it's a part of India as an equivalent extended state, II becomes chartered equivalent statutory body based on its empowerment by Royal Charter 1935. A royal authority or act of incorporation, which means that II is an equivalent and statutory corporation functioning in India to effect state delegated statutory functions as such as certifying chartered engineer India on behalf of Republic of India, Bharat, as well as regulating engineering on similar behalf in India, Bharat, which also means, just a minute please, I have to stretch my legs, vertically sitting is difficult, okay, for 5 minutes I sit this way, alright. So engineers, since, okay, which also means that each authority or functionary included within all latest patents, which also means that each authority or functionary included within all latest patent on its warrant are statutory or chartered in legal nature and are alternate authorities or alternating authorities to function in India, Bharat, since II has been designated as body corporate and politic. All chartered engineers and corporate members, etc., should be deemed authorized by Honorable President of India for purpose of evaluating or calculating powers on described designation. All official officers, authorities should regard that and extend that value to all such practicing chartered engineers. Or let me see. It's just sorry, maybe somewhere. That means all chartered engineers and corporate members are etc. should be deemed authorized by Honorable President of India for purpose of evaluating or calculating power on on described designations. I'll repeat that, don't worry. Okay, let me see it again. All chartered engineers and corporate and corporate all chartered engineers, corporate members, etc. should be deemed authorized by Honorable President of India for purpose of evaluating or calculating power on described designations. Alright, furthermore, all official officers, authorities should regard that and extend that value to all such practicing chartered engineers in India, avoiding contradiction between authority and arbitrary imposed local laws and provisions within Constitution of India. Alright, now let me go further. I'm not sleepy, I'm just thinking of the letters are very small. All officers, official officers, authorities should regard that and extend that value to all such practicing chartered engineers in India, avoiding contradiction between authority and arbitrary imposed local laws and provisions within Constitution of India, as well as provisions within this II Charter 1935. Also, pertinent construction of this clause 12 or article 12, article 12 cumulative effect of all following factors has to be seen for testing critics. This judicial procedure which requires one factor to be proven for its application to designate body corporate and body corporate is state under Article 12 of COI Constitution of India. Then, so this was pertinent construction of this Article 12, cumulative effect of all the following factors. I don't know. Pertinent construction of this Article 12, cumulative effect of all following factors. Which are those following factors? We'll see. Has to be seen for testing criteria. Judicial procedure which requires only one factor to be proven for its application to designate body corporate a state under Article 12 of COI. Okay, then go to, if entire share capital of corporation is held by government, it would go a long way towards indicating that corporation is an instrumentality or agency of government. Existence of deep and pervasive state. Existence of deep and pervasive state control may afford an indication that alright, now which requires I go through that, I think. Existence of deep and pervasive state control may afford an indication that corporation is a state agency or instrumentality. It may also be a relevant factor. It may also be it may also be a relevant factor whether corporation enjoys monopoly status, which is whether state conferred or state protected. If functions of corporation are of public importance and closely related to government, functions, it would be of relevant factor in classifying and in classifying corporation as an instrumentality or agency of government. This test factor successfully applies on IEI to be government agency. Specifically, if a department of government is transferred to a corporation, it would be a strong factor supportive of this inference of corporation being an instrumentality of or agency of government. I think this is very important comment here, which we should understand clearly what it is all about. These comments are of course detailed one, but very important one. Let me read them fast so that we can, of course it is boring but very important. Maybe you feel boring, but it's very important one. Foregoing fundamental right article defines a state is very significant in present context. Since this provision defines a state, it should be considered as follows. Institution of Engineers India has been empowered by Royal Charter 1935, which is classified as a constitutional document as devised and ordered by HM UK, His Majesty UK, Empire King under royal prerogative and all other powers conferred on HM King. This piece of document, Public Law Act, authorizes this body II in capacity as other authority in India, Bharat, leading to achieve status of state, though not covered under funding and direct control by Government of India, Bharat, since it is self-financing institute and governs itself as well, being autonomous while it serves important functions pertinent in the society by qualifying students as engineering equivalent degree graduates. Since it is a part of India as an equivalent extended state, II becomes chartered equivalent statutory body based on its empowerment by Royal Charter 1935, a Royal Charter Act of Incorporation, which means that II is an equivalent statutory corporation functioning in India to affect state delegated statutory functions such as certifying Chartered Engineer India on behalf of Republic of India, Bharat, as well as regulating engineering on similar behalf of India, Bharat, which also means that each authority or functionary included within all letters patent on its warrant are statutory or chartered in legal nature and are alternate authorities to function in India, since II has been designated as body, corporate and politic. All chartered engineers and corporate members, etc., should be deemed authorized by Honorable President of this country, Bharat, India, for purpose of evaluating or calculating power on described designations. All official officers, authorities should regard that and extend that value to all such practicing chartered engineers in India, avoiding contradiction between authorities' arbitrary imposed local laws and provisions within Constitution of India, as well as provisions within II Charter 1935. Pertinent construction of this Article 12, cumulative effect of all following factors has to be seen for testing criteria, judicial procedure, which requires only one factor to be proven for its application to designate body, corporate, a state under Article 12 of COI, Constitution of India. If entire share capital of corporation is held by government, it would go a long way towards indicating that corporation is an instrumentality or agency of government. Existence of deep and pervasive state control may afford an indication that corporation is a state agency or instrumentality. It may also be a relevant factor whether corporation enjoys monopoly status, which is whether state conferred or state protected. If functions of corporation are of public importance and closely related to government functions, it would be a relative factor in classifying corporation as an instrumentality or agency of government. This test factor successfully applies on to II, Institution of Engineers India, to be government agency, specifically if a department of government is transferred to a corporation, it would be a strong factor supportive of this inference of corporation being an instrumentality or agency of government. Then we can say, we can go to next one. I'll explain to you देखो, actually this article 12 is an article related to state. ये एक स्टेट को डिफाइन करने वाला आर्टिकल है. आप अगर संविधान खोलेंगे तो आपको पता लगेगा आर्टिकल 12 पहले एक इसमें दूसरे से मिल जाएगा. वो बताता है स्टेट क्या है. स्टेट का मतलब होता है पार्लियामेंट से स्टेट कहते हैं, सरकार को स्टेट कहते हैं. और जैसे आप कोर्ट में जाते हैं कहते हैं पुलिस वर्सेस स्टेट वर्सेस स्टेट. स्टेट का मतलब राज्य से होता है. और क्योंकि ये इंस्टीट्यूशन चार्टर्ड है, ये किंग का या प्रेसिडेंट का इंस्टीट्यूशन है, तो ये स्टेट ही है क्योंकि स्टेट के बिहाफ पे काम करता है. अगर आपको चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर का सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए जो कि एक स्टेट का सर्टिफिकेट है, देश का सर्टिफिकेट है, वॉलंटरी ही सही, सर्टिफिकेट तो है, प्रमाण पत्र तो है, आपको कोई और नहीं दे सकता. चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर भारत जहाँ लिखा हो, जो चार्टर के अंदर ही इसी को अधिकार है देने का. इंस्टीट्यूशन बहुत सारे हैं जो देते हैं, मेम्बरशिप देते हैं, वो शायद चार्टर इंजीनियर भी लिख देते हैं. गलत है लिखना, लेकिन क्या करेंगे, इंजीनियर समझते नहीं है बात को. अगर वो लिख देते हैं तो वो गलत है क्योंकि उनके पास स्वयं एक चार्टर नहीं है ये देने का कि चार्टर इंजीनियर दे दीजिए. चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर इंडिया एक एक्सक्लूसिव डेजिग्नेशन है जो किसी और को नहीं मिल सकता, क्योंकि ये आपके नियम में होना चाहिए लिखा हुआ कि आप ये दे सकते हैं या वो ले सकता है. हमारे नियम आर्टिकल 16 में लिखा है कि कोई भी कॉर्पोरेट मेंबर जो संविधान इस इंस्टीट्यूशन का है वो ले सकेगा. देने की बात तो है नहीं, वो ले सकेगा. यहाँ थोड़ा फर्क है. हर कॉर्पोरेट मेंबर को अधिकार है कि वो चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर इंडिया का सर्टिफिकेट डेजिग्नेशन ले सकेगा अगर वो चाहे तो. लेकिन इंस्टीट्यूशन उसको नहीं देगा क्योंकि ऑलरेडी वो चार्टर में लिखा है. इंस्टीट्यूशन अपनी तरफ से नहीं देगा, जरूरत नहीं है. ना मेंबरशिप। एक बार एप्लीकेशन जरूर पास करेगा इंस्टीट्यूशन, आपको एप्लीकेशन तो देनी होगी, लेकिन वो उसके बिहाफ पे लेगा, इस चार्टर के बिहाफ पे लेगा, अलग से नहीं है। वो उसकी ड्यूटी है फॉर्मेट बनाना, कैसे ऑपरेट करें, वो काउंसिल की ड्यूटी है, हम पढ़ लिया है। यहाँ थोड़ा फ़र्क है, इसलिए इंजीनियरिंग को संभालने के लिए यदि कोई स्टेट है देश में तो द इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया भारत है, जिसकी सलाह सरकार को लेनी चाहिए, लेती है, राज्य सरकारों को लेनी चाहिए, लेती हैं। देश के जितने भी संगठन हैं, संस्थान हैं, या जो भी हैं, मिनिस्ट्री हैं, जहाँ भी हैं, उनको कभी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो इस संस्थान देगा उनको अपनी रिपोर्ट, उनकी बहुत ज़रूरी होती है। इसी पर्पस के लिए मैंने ये लिखा था, इतना लंबा चौड़ा, तो आप लोगों को समझा दिया जाए कुछ कि आखिर ये है क्या, क्यों मैं इस पर जोर दे रहा हूँ इतना। मैं अपने लिए तो नहीं दे रहा हूँ, मैं लोगों के लिए दे रहा हूँ। चाहता हूँ कि क्वालिटी इंजीनियर इस देश में हो, क्योंकि खाली अपने देने से कोई पेपर नहीं बन जाता है, अपना एक्सपीरियंस भी लिखना पड़ता है, और आवश्यकता होती है तो वो बुला भी सकते हैं आपका इंटरव्यू और टेस्ट लेने के लिए। और ये आपके ऊपर है कि आप क्या डिक्लेयर करते हैं उसमें, और क्वालिटी के इंजीनियर होने चाहिए। और जैसा कि आज की तारीख में क्वालिटी सिस्टम चल रहा है, वो भी होना चाहिए। अब हम चलेंगे आगे दूसरे आर्टिकल पे, और जिसको हम कहते हैं आर्टिकल 13। आर्टिकल 13 फंडामेंटल राइट्स जनरल लॉस, उसी में है ये आर्टिकल भी। अब हम देखते हैं कि उसमें है क्या, ये जब देख रहे हैं इसको, ये है क्या कह रहा है। आर्टिकल 13 फंडामेंटल राइट्स जनरल लॉस, और ये है हमारा कौन सा स्लाइड है, मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ पहले। आर्टिकल 13 स्लाइड नंबर 58 स्लाइड है, 97 स्लाइड टोटल है, और ये 58 स्लाइड। और वो बार बार बोलेगा यार, अब मैं आपको आई विल टेल यू व्हाट इट इज अबाउट। सो 58 स्लाइड में सभी 40 स्लाइड और हैं इसमें, 40 से 39 स्लाइड हैं, काफ़ी स्लाइड है। लगता नहीं कि आज कर पाएंगे, खैर कोई बात नहीं है, देखते हैं। 2.5 घंटे तो हो चुके हैं, और एक्सप्लेन करना भी ज़रूरी होता है, नहीं तो बात बनती नहीं है, और बात बनना ज़रूरी है। आर्टिकल 13 ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इंडिया, भारत के संविधान का 13वां आर्टिकल। दिस इज ऑल लॉज इन फोर्स इन टेरिटरी ऑफ इंडिया immediately before commencement of this constitution, insofar as they are inconsistent with provisions of this part, shall to extent of, just a minute, to extent of what, let me see, I have to blow it a little less, better, I'll do it low, yeah, okay, that's better. Okay, let me say again, all laws in force in territory of India immediately before commencement of this constitution, insofar as they are inconsistent with provisions of this part, shall to that extent of such instances be void. All laws in force in territory of India immediately before commencement of this constitution, insofar as they are inconsistent with provisions of this part, shall to extent of such inconsistency be void. ये कहता है ऐसे सारे नियम कानून जो भारत के एरिया में हैं, शक्तिशाली चल रहे हैं, एकदम पहले जब से ये संविधान का शुरुआत हमने की, वो सारे कानून जो इससे कंप्लाई नहीं करते, जो इस संविधान के साथ नहीं हैं, जो इस हिस्से में संविधान के साथ नहीं है, जो हम कह रहे हैं फंडामेंटल राइट, उसके नहीं मेल खाते हैं, वो नहीं माने जाएंगे। ये बोलता है वो लागू नहीं होंगे, वाइड होंगे। All laws in force or laws in force in territory of India immediately before commencement of this constitution, insofar as they are inconsistent with provisions of this part, shall to that extent of such inconsistency be void. नंबर 2, उसका जो दूसरा हिस्सा है इसी आर्टिकल 13 का, State shall not make any law. State shall not make any law which takes away or abridges rights conferred by this part, and any law made in contravention of this clause shall to extent of contravention be void. दोबारा पढ़ें. State shall not make any law which takes away or abridges rights conferred by this part, and any law made in contravention of this clause shall to extent of contravention be void. राज्य ऐसा कोई नियम नहीं बनाएगा, ऐसा कोई कानून नहीं बनाएगा, या आप कह सकते हैं राज्य ऐसा कोई अधिनियम नहीं बनाएगा जो इस पार्ट में दिए गए या ब्रीच किए गए अधिकारों को वापस ले सके। जो भी अधिकार इसमें पुल बनाए गए हैं, इसमें जिस अधिकारों को बताया गया है उनको वापस ले सके, कोई राज्य ऐसा कानून अधिनियम नहीं बनाएगा। और जो भी ऐसा कानून बना इसके खिलाफत में, इसके विरुद्ध में जो इस क्लास में दिया गया, आर्टिकल में दिया गया है, उस लेवल तक, उस हद तक वो कंट्रावेंशन जो भी होगी वॉइड होगी। फिर बता देते हैं, स्टेट शैल नॉट मेक एनी लॉ विच टेक्स अवे और एवरेजेस राइट्स कन्फर्ड बाय दिस पार्ट, एंड एनी लॉ मेड इन कंट्रावेंशन ऑफ दिस क्लॉज शैल टू एक्सटेंट ऑफ कंट्रावेंशन बी वॉइड। अब आते हैं नंबर 3। In this article 13, I remind, in this article, unless context otherwise requires, इस अनुच्छेद में जब तक कि कुछ और ना बताया गया हो, a law, what is law in force, ये दो explanations हैं। law includes any ordinance, अब listen to this definition. Law, this is definition of law given in this article 13. Fundamental rights, somewhere else also is there, but same thing as here. Law includes any ordinance, order, bylaw, rule, regulation, notification, custom or uses having in territory of India Bharat force of law. फिर पढ़ता हूँ, important है. Let me read again. Law includes any ordinance, order, bylaw, rule, regulation, notification, custom or uses having in territory of India Bharat force of law. लॉ में जो शामिल है कोई भी अध्यादेश, आदेश, उपनियम, नियम और रेगुलेशन और सूचनाएं, या गैजेट में जो आता है नोटिफिकेशन, रिवाज, रीति, जो भारत के क्षेत्र में लागू होते हैं, जो हम शक्ति दी जाती है नियम की, वो नियम है, वो लॉ है। आई रीड अगेन, इंक्लूड्स एनी ऑर्डिनेंस, ऑर्डर, bylaw, rule, regulation, notification, custom or uses having in territory of India Bharat force of law. B. Laws in force, जो कानून, जो नियम चल रहे हैं, फोर्स में है, उसके बाद देखिए व्हाट इट सेज, laws in force includes laws passed or made by a legislature. Laws in force includes laws passed or made by a legislature or other competent authority in territory of India Bharat before commencement of this constitution and not previously repealed. Notwithstanding that any such law or any part thereof may not be then in operation either at all or in particular areas. This is also very important definition. Law in force, जो कानून चल रहे हैं, जो नियम चल रहे हैं, वो क्या है? Laws in force includes laws passed by or made by a legislature or other competent authority in territory of India Bharat before commencement of this constitution and not previously repealed. Notwithstanding that any such law or any part thereof may not be then in operation either at all or in particular areas. क्या मतलब है लॉ एनफोर्स का? वो सभी कानून नियम जो पास हुए थे, बने थे एक विधायिका द्वारा, एक पार्लियामेंट द्वारा कह सकते हैं, लेजिस्लेचर द्वारा कह सकते हैं, या कोई और जिसको शक्ति थी वो बनाने की, कोई भी अथॉरिटी रही हो भारत के क्षेत्र में इस संविधान के लागू होने से पहले, और उनको पहले कानून से हटाया ना गया हो, वापस ना लिया गया हो, इसके बजाय भी या उनका कोई कभी इस्तेमाल ना किया गया हो, चाहे वो कोई भी नियम रहा हो, उसका कभी ऑपरेशन ना लाया गया हो, कभी कुछ ना किया गया हो, लेकिन फिर भी थे, उसे कहते हैं लॉज इन फोर्स। आपकी सारी ज़िंदगी बीत गई, आपने कभी कुछ नहीं किया, बाजार से खाना ही लाके दिया, आपने कुछ घुमाने नहीं गया, आपको आराम चाहिए तो आपको आराम नहीं मिला, तो उसको आप कैसे कह सकते हैं लॉ इन फोर्स? सो ये है लॉ इन फोर्स, विच इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वन। एक तो आपने स्टेट पे पढ़ा, स्टेट क्या होती है, और लॉ क्या है, आर्टिकल 13 लॉ एंड लॉ इन फोर्स की डेफिनेशन। नाउ nothing in this article shall apply to any amendment of this constitution made under article 368। अब आगे चलते हैं। राइट टू इक्वालिटी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया आर्टिकल 14, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया आर्टिकल 14 राइट टू इक्वालिटी। आपको पता है इसके बारे में, फिर भी मैं बता देता हूँ। स्टेट शैल नॉट डिनाई टू एनी पर्सन, स्टेट शैल नॉट डिनाई टू एनी पर्सन equality before law or equal protection of laws within territory of India। भारत के क्षेत्र में कोई भी व्यक्ति हो, कहीं का भी हो, जब तक हो, उस व्यक्ति की उस डेफिनेशन की पूजा की एक आदत से मुझे यह कि हमें निकलना है। आर्टिकल 14 पढ़ें। स्टेट शैल नॉट डिनाई टू एनी पर्सन इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ और इक्वल प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ लॉ विद इन टेरिटरी ऑफ इंडिया। राज्य किसी भी व्यक्ति को मना नहीं करेगा बराबर होने का, बराबरी का हक देने का, कानून के सामने, नियम के सामने, या पूरी रक्षा नहीं होने देगा, ऐसा नहीं है। राज्य किसी व्यक्ति को जो भारत के अंदर है, बराबरी कानून के सामने का हक नहीं मना करेगा और उसको पूरी सुरक्षा देगा, बराबर की सुरक्षा देगा। कानून ये कहता है भारत के क्षेत्र में चाहे वो व्यक्ति कोई भी क्यों ना हो, हमारे देश का वो व्यक्ति हो या ना हो, इस पर सीधा है कमेंट। अथॉरिटीज इन इंडिया भारत शुड टेक स्टैच्यूटरी नोट ऑफ II चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर इंडिया ऑन सिमिलर एक्सेप्टेंस एज a statutory note taken on designation of architect registered with Council of Architecture Act 1972। सो आर्टिकल 14 बराबरी का हक सबको, वो कहीं से भी हो, कोई ना हो, जब तक भारत में है उसको कानून के सामने, सबके सामने बराबर का हक और हर व्यक्ति को सुरक्षा का हक। ये आर्टिकल 14। सो नाउ आर्टिकल 12, आर्टिकल 13, आर्टिकल 14, you understand what is state, what is law, what is existing law, what is law in force, and what is, you can say, right to equality, article 14. And now we move to another page, and that is you can say what actually you say article 13, sorry, it's 14, article 14, article 14, 13 it is. Article 14 has gone. Article 18 now. Article 18, Constitution of India, Article 18. Now I'm talking of Article 18. Now what is that? It says a different one. No title not being a military or academic distinction shall be conferred by state. राज्य किसी को भी कोई ऐसा टाइटल नहीं देगा मिलिट्री के अलावा या शिक्षा संस्थान के अलावा, किसी को भी नहीं मिलेगा। राज्य वो टाइटल नहीं देगा। नो टाइटल नॉट बीइंग मिलिट्री और एकेडमिक डिस्टिंक्शन शैल बी कन्फर्ड बाय स्टेट। नो सिटीजन ऑफ भारत इंडिया शैल एक्सेप्ट एनी टाइटल फ्रॉम फॉरेन स्टेट। Comments. Recognized title. What says title? The academic title you may consider as except state, except it says military or academic titles. So these you can say professional or academic titles. Recognized titles are Chartered Engineer India, Corporate Membership Designation FIMI, Professional Engineer India, International Professional Engineer India, and other such statutory designations are covered under this provision. So this is okay. Now we go to where? It's here I think. It's here. Article 14, Article 15. I'm going to Article 6. Article 19. कहाँ चला गया यार? Okay, this is Article 14. 15 and Article 18, then Article 19. Yes, Article 19. All citizens shall have rights. Article 19(1). Article 19(1). Constitution of India, Article 19, it is also in right to freedom. All citizens shall have right. This is very big right. Maybe you know it. Article 19, and all citizens shall have right to, number 8, to freedom of speech and expression. Number 2, assemble peacefully and without arm. Number 3, to form associations or unions, to move freely throughout the territory of Bharat, India, to reside and settle in any part of Bharat territory, that is India, and to practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade or business. Now I have to explain this to you. It's very important. Okay. Constitution of India, Article 19. All citizens shall have right. Freedom of speech and expression. आप सब जानते हैं कि freedom of speech and expression, assemble peacefully and without arms, form associations and unions, and move freely throughout country, to reside and settle any part of country. But profession, to practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade or business. This is our last one, very important. Nothing in the subclause A of clause 1. Nothing in subclause A of clause 1, which is about shall affect operation of any existing law. Okay. Nothing in the subclause shall affect operation of any existing law. This existing law would continue as they were, or prevent state from making any law. State by so nothing in the subclass of clause shall affect operation of any existing law or prevent state from making any law, or insofar as such law imposes reasonable restrictions on exercise of right conferred by sets of class in interest of sovereignty and integrity of Bharat India, security of state, friendly relations with foreign state, public order, decency or morality, public order, decency or morality, or in relation to contempt of court. So this is very, very complicated one, you see. I read nothing in this clause shall affect operation of existing law or prevent a state from making any law, or insofar as such imposes reasonable restrictions on exercise of right conferred by said subclause in interest of sovereign and integrity of India, security of state, friendly relations with foreign states, public order, decency or morality, or in relation to contempt of court, defamation or incitement to offence. Next verse is, nothing in subclause of said clause says or shall affect operation of any existing law insofar as it imposes or prevent state from making any law, imposing in interest of general public reasonable restriction on exercise of right conferred by said subclause. And in particular, nothing in said subclause shall affect operation of any existing law insofar as it relates to or prevent the state from making any law relating to. So we will go now to further discussion of this, and that is you can say very simple. I disappear from this page. Yeah, that is relating to professional or technical qualifications necessary for practicing any profession or carrying out any occupation, trade or business, or carrying on by state or by a corporation owned or controlled by state, of any trade, business, industry or service, whether to exclusion, complete or partial, of citizen of otherwise. Now some comments I am giving here, just very normal. Provision to Article 19 empowers whosoever person duly qualified or qualified so to practice profession, but by not allowing Chartered Engineer India to freely practice profession is confirmed violation of this provision that causes impediments to right to freedom of qualified professional person being IAI chartered certified chartered engineer. Now next is I go to where is there, I think is article 51A. Okay, this is a very important one. 19. Yes, article 51A, which is very important article for everybody, which must read this thoroughly. Article 51A. Article 51A, so time now 6:10. This is very important article, बहुत अच्छा आर्टिकल है 51A भारत के लोगों के लिए, for every citizen of this country. Every citizen of this country must know about this article. If you are real citizens, you have to do this, because this says article for duties you are required to do. That is article that leads you to a sharp prayer. So let's read this 51A, 51A, भारत का आर्टिकल 51 भारत के संविधान का, फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज, मूल कर्तव्य, सिटीजन के मूल कर्तव्य। क्योंकि आप कर्तव्य नहीं करेंगे तो अधिकार को भूल जाइए। कर्तव्य पहले होता है, अधिकार बाद में होता है। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया आर्टिकल 51 है, बहुत से जानते होंगे मेरे ख्याल से, ऐसा नहीं है कि सब नहीं जानते हैं। यू मे बी नोइंग मैनी ऑफ यू, एंड इफ़ यू नो इट्स गुड, एंड इफ़ यू डोंट नो इट नाउ, अगर आपको नहीं पता तो अब देख लीजिए, और पता है तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, आप उसको दोबारा सुन लीजिए। आर्टिकल फिर दिखा भी देता हूँ इसको, आप में मैंने एक्चुअल जो यहाँ लगाया है दिखाने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। आर्टिकल 51A दिखाते हैं आपको, ये दिखाना जरूरी है। और छोटा दिख रहा है इसमें, स्मॉल, टू स्मॉल, और छोटा दिख रहा है, साफ नहीं आ रहा है। ओके, आर्टिकल 51A, now it shall be duty of every citizen of India, it shall be duty of every citizen of India, A, to abide by Constitution and respect its ideals and institutions. It shall be duty of every citizen of India, number 1, to abide by Constitution of India and respect its ideals and institutions. सबसे बड़ी बात है, आपको संविधान के बारे में भी चलना है, जानना है क्या कहता है वो, इसके आइडल्स को भी देखना है, आदर्श क्या कहते हैं इसके, और इसके इंस्टीट्यूशंस क्या कहते हैं, ये आपको जानना चाहिए। ये संविधान आपसे मांग करता है, कहता नहीं है, मांग करता है आपसे। नेशनल फ्लैग, नेशनल एंथम, इनको आपको मानना पड़ेगा। नंबर बी says to cherish and follow noble ideals which inspired our national struggle for freedom. वो आदर्श नोबल थे, उनको कैसे आगे बढ़ाएं, कैसे चमकाएं, जिनके साथ हमारे जो भी नेशनल स्ट्रगलर थे फ्रीडम फाइटिंग के टाइम में, उनको जहाँ से भी प्रेरणा मिली थी, उससे उनको उनके संघर्ष को, उनकी ज़िंदगी की तलाश लेट को जहाँ भी धक्का लगा होगा, हम उसको जानते हैं। to cherish and follow noble ideals which inspired our national struggle for freedom. संभालिए उसको, चमकाइए उसको, फॉलो कीजिए उसको, वो नोबल आदर्श को जिससे हमें शक्ति मिली अपने राष्ट्रीय संघर्ष को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए और जिससे स्वतंत्रता की प्राप्ति की जा सके उसके लिए। C. To uphold and protect. To uphold and protect sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. समझिए, to uphold and protect, उसको ऊपर रखिए, उसकी रक्षा कीजिए उसकी, किसकी? To uphold and protect sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. ये आपको समझना होगा। After that हमने कहा uphold and protect sovereignty, unity and integrity of India। आपको रक्षा करनी है, उसे उठाना है, देश की सर्वसत्ता को, देश की एकता को और देश की अखंडता को। to defend country and render national service when called upon to do so। आपको देश की रक्षा करनी है, आपको राष्ट्र की सर्विस करनी पड़ेगी जब भी आपसे कहा जाएगा कि कीजिए। यह आपकी एजुकेशन है। Next, to defend a country, okay, this is over. To promote harmony and spirit of common brotherhood amongst all people of India, transcending religious, linguistic and regional or sectional diversities, to renounce practices derogatory to dignity of women, maybe it's important, very important one. It's very important actually. It says that promote harmony and spirit of common brotherhood। आपको हारमोनी मतलब शांति को प्रमोट करना है, ऐसा वातावरण जो बिल्कुल हारमोनियस हो, जहाँ गंद ना हो, कोई बेकार की बकवास ना हो। टू प्रमोट हारमोनी, एकता हो, आपसी भाईचारे की आशा हो, उसके झिझक हो, आपसी भाईचारे के गुस्सा हो लेने का, भाईचारे में रहना चाहते हैं, ऐसी शक्ति हो आपकी सारे भारत के लोगों के लिए, उन सब के लिए। उसमें से दूर होना पड़ेगा, धर्म में से दूर होना पड़ेगा। लिंग्विस्ट एंड रीजनल और सेक्शनल डाइवर्सिटीज, आपको दूर होना पड़ेगा भाषाओं के झगड़ों से, क्षेत्रों के झगड़ों से, और जो दूसरे झगड़े हैं। टू रेनाउंस प्रैक्टिस डेरोगेटरी टू डिग्निटी ऑफ वुमेन, और दूसरे झगड़ों से दूर रहना पड़ेगा, किसी भी तरह के झगड़े हों, और आपको वो महिला के वर्ग की शान रखनी पड़ेगी, उनकी मॉडेस्टी रखनी पड़ेगी महिला वर्ग को। ये इसका बहुत बड़ा मीनिंग है, प्रमोट हार्मनी एंड स्पिरिट ऑफ इंक्वायरी, स्पिरिट ऑफ कॉमन ब्रदरहुड, Try to understand this. This is in-depth sense of duties which cover many other duties to promote harmony and spirit of common brotherhood and covering any harmful. All right, I understand that. So again I say to promote harmony and spirit of common brotherhood amongst all people of India, transcending religions, linguistic and region of sectional diversity, to renounce practice derogatory to dignity of women, to value and preserve rich heritage of our composite culture. जो भी हमारा मिला जुला संस्कृति रही है उसको संभालना है, संभालना पड़ेगा, संभालना है और ज़रूरी है। उसको संभाले बिना काम नहीं चलेगा। तो हमारा रिच कल्चर है हमारे देश का, हमारी संस्कृति का, तो आपको संभालना पड़ेगा। नो डाउट। वैल्यू एंड प्रिजर्व रिच हेरिटेज ऑफ आवर कंपोजिट कल्चर। उसके बाद टू प्रोटेक्ट एंड इम्प्रूव नेचुरल एनवायरनमेंट, to protect and improve natural environment including forests, lakes, rivers and wildlife. To protect and improve natural environment, आपको रक्षा करनी है, सुधारना है प्राकृतिक वातावरण को, जिसमें शामिल है इंक्लूडिंग फॉरेस्ट, जंगल, लेक्स, झील, रिवर्स, नदियाँ, वाइल्ड लाइफ, जंगली जीवन, एंड टू हैव कंपैशन फॉर लिविंग क्रिएचर्स। और आपको संभालना होगा, उनको समझना होगा, उनके साथ रहना होगा, जो भी जानवर जिंदगी वाले दूसरे क्रिएचर जो मानव नहीं हैं उनको, जो भी नेचर के हैं। टू प्रोटेक्ट एंड इम्प्रूव नेचुरल एनवायरनमेंट इंक्लूडिंग फॉरेस्ट, लेक्स, रिवर्स एंड वाइल्ड लाइफ, एंड टू हैव कंपैशन फॉर लिविंग क्रिएचर्स। टू डेवलप scientific temper, humanism and spirit of inquiry and reform. To develop scientific temper, humanism and spirit of inquiry and reform, आपको वैज्ञानिक तापमान का विकास करना होगा, वैज्ञानिक शिक्षा का विकास करना होगा, वैज्ञानिक समझ का विकास करना होगा, इंसानियत को देखना होगा, मानवता को देखना होगा, स्पिरिट ऑफ इंक्वायरी एंड रिफॉर्म्स। और किस तरह से सोचना चाहिए, अपने आप से संदेश को समझना चाहिए, उसकी क्या इंक्वायरी करनी चाहिए, उसकी शक्ति कैसे होनी चाहिए और उसको कैसे रिफॉर्म किया जाए, ये समझना होगा। Then you can say to safeguard public property and to abjure violence. जो सार्वजनिक संपत्ति है उसको संभालना होगा, सेफगार्ड सिक्योरिटी करनी होगी और कंडम करना होगा। आप कह सकते हैं कि रिजेक्ट करना होगा किसी भी तरह की वायलेंस को, किसी भी तरह की मार पिटाई को। आप कह सकते हैं ऐसी व्यवस्था जिसमें कुछ नहीं है, इसको देखना। All right. To develop scientific temper, humanism and spirit of inquiry and reforms, to safeguard public property and to abjure violence, to survive towards excellence, in all spheres of individual and collective activity so that nation constantly rises to higher levels of endeavor and achievement to strive towards excellence. आपको पारंगत होना पड़ेगा हर उस क्षेत्र में, इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे या ग्रुप के लेवल पे, जिससे राष्ट्र आगे बढ़े, लगातार आगे बढ़े, ऊंचाइयों पे जाए, उठे और साहसिक काम करे और ऐसे ही प्राप्ति करे. Strive towards excellence in all spheres of individual and collective activity so that nation constantly rises to higher levels of endeavor and achievement. आगे बढ़िए, पारंगत होइए, सबसे अच्छा आगे जाइए, हर क्षेत्र में जाइए, हर लेवल पे जाइए, एक लेवल पे, ग्रुप लेवल पे, कलेक्टिव लेवल पे, हर जगह जाइए, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में आगे जाइए, अकेले लेवल पे आगे जाइए. राष्ट्रीय लगातार ऊंचाइयों पर जाए, छुए, शक्ति में, काम में, शुरुआत में और प्राप्ति में. हु इज ए पेरेंट ऑन who is a parent of guardian to provide opportunity for education to his child, or as case may be, ward between age 6 and 14. इसमें आगे कमेंट्स में बता दूं मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, उससे दोबारा रिपीट करूँगा. दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट आर्टिकल, सबको मालूम होना चाहिए. मैं रिपीट करता हूँ कमेंट्स में क्या कह रहा हूँ. इट शुड बी नोटेड दैट foregoing article that had been added during internal emergency applies to all citizens on this nation Bharat, India. This article clearly envisages and emphasizes that every citizen is bound to comply with provisions made within this article. Provision is clearly states that all to abide by Constitution and respect its ideals and institutions. IEI is an institution of this country, India Bharat, and in India Bharat, which must be regularly regarded to its statutory or chartered powers. अभी मैं एक बार फिर पढ़ता हूँ. दिस वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट आर्टिकल 51. यू मस्ट नो दिस. Maybe I know you will not read it after this talk. Better you listen. If you cannot read it, I'll speak in English and you understand yourself. Constitution of India Bharat, Article 51A. It shall be duty of every citizen of this country, India Bharat, to abide by Constitution and respect its ideals and institutions, national flag and national anthem, to cherish and follow noble ideals which inspired our national struggle for freedom, to uphold and protect sovereignty, unity and integrity of India, to defend country and render national services when called upon to do so. To promote harmony and spirit of common brotherhood among all people of India, transcending religions, linguistic or regional or sectional diversities, to renounce practices derogatory to dignity of women, to value and preserve rich heritage of our composite culture, to protect and improve natural environment including forests, lakes, rivers and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures, to develop scientific temper, humanism and spirit of inquiry and reform, to safeguard public property and to abjure violence, to strive towards excellence in all spheres of individual and collective activity, so that nation constantly rises to highest level rises to highest level of endeavor and achievement. Who is the parent or guardian to provide opportunity for education to child, or as case may be, ward for 8 to 14 years. Good morning, Hussain. Now I move to article that's different one. It was for 51A, now I go to 53. Article 53. It is informative article. What does it say? It says Constitution of India, Article 53, executive power of union. Executive power of union shall be vested in President. Executive power of union shall be vested in President and shall be exercised by him either directly or through officers subordinate to him in accordance with this Constitution. Without prejudice to generality of foregoing provision, Supreme Command of Defence Forces of Union shall be vested in President and Executive, therefore shall be regulated by law. Executive power of Union shall be vested in President and shall be exercised by him either directly or through officers subordinate to him in accordance with this Constitution. ये कहता है कि जो कार्यकारी शक्ति है इस देश की, भारत की, वो राष्ट्रपति जी में होगी और उन्हीं के द्वारा ये कार्य किया जाएगा। वो चाहे स्वयं करें या किसी अधिकारी के थ्रू करें, छोटे के थ्रू करें, बड़े के थ्रू करें, जैसा भी संविधान कहेगा वो करेंगे। Without prejudice to generality of foregoing provisions, Supreme Commander, बिना किसी उसके सब्जेक्ट के क्या दृश्य होगा, जैसा कि ऊपर कहा गया है ऊपर के आर्टिकल में, Supreme Command of Defence Forces of Union shall be vested in President and exercise thereof shall be regulated by law. Nothing in this article shall be deemed to transfer to President any function conferred by any existing law on government of any state or other authority. Okay, then we go to government authority, then prevent Parliament from conferring by law functions as authorities after them present. So we go to इस comments देख लेते हैं, वह comments क्या कहते हैं? Comments emerge now. Engineering executive functions of union in accordance with Royal Charter provisions on President's articles have been vested in II now deemed to be constituted by people of Republic of Indian Union. तो आगे चलते हैं, नेक्स्ट देखते हैं क्या है। कौन सा था यार, कहाँ चला गया? ये है, सॉरी। So it's now Article 131, 53, 131. Okay. Article 131. Subject to provisions of this Constitution, Supreme Court shall, to exclusion of any other court, let me explain this. I think still which article is this? This one may be, well, I think it may be 63 slide. So let me see if we can complete it today. I don't, I can say can be, it can be, of course. Constitution of India, Article 131. Subject to provisions of this Constitution, Supreme Court shall, to exclusion of any other court, have original jurisdiction in any dispute between Government of India and one or more states, between Government of India and any state or states on one side and one or more other state on the other side, between two or more states if and in on so far as its dispute involves any question, whether of law or fact, on which existence or extent of a legal right depends, provided that said jurisdiction shall not extend to a dispute arising out of any treaty, agreement, covenant, engagement, sanad or other similar instrument of it having been entered into a executed before commencement of this Constitution continues in operation after such commencement, or which provides that said jurisdiction shall not extend to such a dispute. ये हालांकि थोड़ा दूर का है लेकिन फिर भी जाना होना चाहिए. We should know about what actually state is and what rights of state are. It is subject to provisions of this Constitution, Supreme Court shall to exclusion of any other court have original jurisdiction in any dispute between Government of India and one or more states. Government of India and one or more state, between Government of India and any state or state on one side and one or more other state on other, or between two more states if and insofar as dispute involves any question, whether of law or fact, on which existence or extent of legal rights depends, provided that said jurisdiction shall not extend or to a dispute arising out of any treaty, agreement, covenant, engagement, sanad or other suitable, other similar instrument which having been entered into or executed before commencement of this Constitution continues operation after such commencement, or which provides that said jurisdiction shall not extend if it is. Now, what it actually says, comments are, now it provides the, let's see, it's gone. It is provides teeth to II to exercise powers of injuring professional effects court of state, so let me see, provides teeth with II to exercise powers of injuring professional apex court of state India, subject to provisions of Article 138 of enlargement of Supreme Court jurisdiction and Article 140 together for purpose of objectives possibly affecting Indian injuring research application of engineering, education, professional regulation, etc. Whatsoever value included within charter presence. Now let's go to other one. Okay, let's go to other one. Just that. Yeah, it's is oh. Yeah, yaar. 131 and this was 147. Yes. Constitution of India 147, Article 147. The slide is 64. Constitution of India, Article 147. I don't know whether you have gone through Constitution of this country. I suggest if you have not gone through that, better read that way, just to know what it is. Otherwise, you will feel lost if somebody asks you about that in your job or somewhere else you are in higher position. Constitution of India, Article 147. In this chapter and in chapter 5 of part 55, part 6, reference to any substantial question of law. Reference to any substantial question of law as to interpretation of this constitution shall be construed as including reference to any substantial question of law. As to interpretation of Government of India Act 1935, see here is given. As to interpretation of Government of India Act 1935, including any enactment, amending or supplementing that act of any order in council, or order made thereunder, or of Indian Independence Act 1947, or of any order made thereunder. This is very powerful article. 147. Again I am speaking because it's a little powerful, so we should be clear of it. In this chapter and in chapter 5 of part 6, references to any substantial question of law. References to any substantial question of law. As to interpretation of this constitution shall be construed as including reference to any substantial question of law. As to interpretation of Government of India Act 1935, as to interpretation of Government of India Act 1935, including any enactment, amending or supplementing that act, or any order in council, or order made thereunder, or of Indian Independence Act 1947, Article 147, order in council or order made thereunder, or of Indian Independence Act 1947, or of any order made thereunder. Means you must know first of all there was an act called 1935 India Government of India Act. Maybe you are not knowing. I have told you in beginning also. I have told you in Constitution also. There was, before Constitution came into power, there was a law which was enacted by British Parliament, and name of that law is Government of India Act 1935. And there was another law in 1947, that was India Independence Act 1947. These two, of course, now These are appealed, but Government of India Act 1935, Government of India Act 1935 actually, that is Constitution of Act 1935, same thing, name is in place of Constitution. There is a government, though Constitution itself is a government. When we say Constitution of India, which means it's Government of India or Charter of India. Here Government of India does not mean union government or central government. Government of India means all institutions and public. So that is Charter of India, you can say Charter of India or Constitution of India, where rights of every citizen, rights of executive, rights of, you can say, legislature, rights of judiciary, and rights of all public bodies are included in that. So that's why I ask many times to people that you should know, at least if you've not gone through that, you should know titles of the Government of India 1935, and before that also there was 1919 Government Act, and then 47 Independence Act, like that you should know. An order in council, because here reference in order in council, reference any order in council, and this charter is actually order in council. That's why I'm relinking this article 147 to your knowledge with order in council. We are dealing in Institution of Justice India. That actually is the order in council, order by Majesty, His Majesty, under advice of Privy Council, statutory advice of Privy Council, and constitutional order. This is order in council. This is the result of document. This document is our IPI Charter 1935. Now we'll go further. Now what the comments I'm saying, this is not a general single statement. It says that applies to IEI also. I say this applies to IEI also. Just little this commenting which I'm giving on my behalf, what I think so I'm giving means you may comment your way. Now what I say, this applies to IEI also. IEI Charter 1935 is a constitutional statute, I can say, based on order in council, which people are unaware of. Even advocates are unaware of, because in our LLB there is no chapter which teaches about royal charters. I have seen program of that. I am sure there is no such. Maybe some charters are mentioned somewhere, but in gross way I did not find. I went through index of all subjects. I could not find any chapter of charters. Well, maybe they have, I don't know, but what I could see in some information I got regarding this, I didn't find that. And thus I'm saying order in council is very important in this article. And our institution, maybe they are not sure about, they are not going through thoroughly word by word of this charter, and same corporate members and others, and which reason they are not even valuing this charter. But if you don't value your home is a very fault. So this applies to IEI also. IEI Charter 1935 is a constitutional statute sealed as warrant in propriety as letters patent. Try to understand my language. I'm saying this applies to IEI also. IEI Charter 1935, which is Royal Charter, which is Order in Council, is a constitutional statute because Order in Council is primary statute. Just like our Constitution of India is primary statute. No statute above this statute. So a constitutional statute sealed as warrant and propriety as latest patent, then which means that there's no other institution, which means that no other institution or body statutorily may perform similar specialist engineering legal functions enshrined within IEI Charter 1935. In whatever membership designations, titles, abbreviations, authority, officials, etc., all should be considered statutory references as mandated by relevant article or present within IEI change. Alright, now let us see. Whatever membership designations, titles, abbreviations, authorities, officials, etc., all should be considered statutory references as mandated by relevant article or present within IEI Charter 1935 in line to Indian constitutional provisions or mandate. You have to concentrate on such issues. जो भी मेंबरशिप है, जो भी उनके पद हैं, जो भी उनके नाम हैं, जो भी एब्रीविएशंस हैं, जो भी उसके अथॉरिटी हैं, जो भी उनके ऑफिशियल्स हैं, सब नियमित हैं, सबको अधिनियम में दिया गया है, ऑर्डर में दिया गया है, उनको मैंडेट किया गया है, आर्टिकल्स हैं, डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं उसके अंदर, और वो सब भारत के संवैधानिक हैं। इस बात को समझने में लोगों को शर्म आती है, शायद बोल नहीं सकते हैं, शायद ऐसा मुझे लगता है, लेकिन जो लिखा है, मैंने तो नहीं लिखा है, लिखा उसने है जो उस टाइम था, और जिनको लिखा है वो नहीं समझते, तो क्या करूं मैं। चलते हैं आगे। ऑर्डर इन काउंसिल मैंने समझा दिया आपको, फिर मैं पढ़ देता हूँ, इसको बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये 147। अगर इस समझ जाते तो फिर बात ही क्या होती। गुड मॉर्निंग मिस्टर विश्वनाथ, वेलकम। ओके, लेट अस सी हू सेड। अगर इस समझ जाते तो बात ही क्या होती फिर। इंजीनियर समझते ही तो नहीं है, यही तो मेरे को प्रॉब्लम होता है। इंजीनियर ही नहीं देश के समझते तो कौन समझेगा। एक बार फिर मैं पढ़ देता हूँ आर्टिकल 147 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया। In this chapter and in chapter 5 of part 6, references to any substantial question of law as to interpretation of this constitution shall be construed as including references to any substantial question of law as to interpretation of Government of India Act 1935, including any enactment, amendment, and amending or supplementing that act, or of any order in council or order made thereunder, or of Indian Independence Act 1947 or any order made thereunder। ये है अनुच्छेद 147। इस चैप्टर में क्या कहता है ये। कोई ऐसा अगर प्रश्न उठे, बड़े से बड़ा या मजबूत प्रश्न उठे, नियम से, कानून से, जिससे संविधानिक इंटरप्रिटेशन की जाए, समझा जाए कि संविधान के हिसाब से ये क्या है, उसको कैसे समझा जाए, उसको कैसे कंस्ट्रक्शन की जाए, उसकी कि हमको समझना कैसे। बड़े से बड़ा क्वेश्चन हो सकता है, छोटे से छोटा क्वेश्चन हो, लेकिन कानून के हिसाब से, कानून का हो, कानून के नियम में ना हो, अलग से। into references to any substantial question of law। उसकी जो भी इंटरप्रिटेशन है कैसे की जाए। जैसा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1935 था, 1935 से लेकर 1947 और 50 तक तो चला। भारत सरकार का अधिनियम 1935, और उसमें कोई भी उसके अंदर सुधार हुआ हो या कोई भी बात बाद में आई हो, और कोई भी ऑर्डर इन काउंसिल आया हो, ऑर्डर इन काउंसिल जो कि काउंसिल से कानून बनते थे, पार्लियामेंट से नहीं, और या उसी के अंडर कोई ऑर्डर आया हो भारत के इंडिपेंडेंस एक्ट 47 का, और एनी ऑर्डर मेड देयर अंडर, उसके बारे में ये बताता है। इसलिए मैंने ये आर्टिकल इसमें इंक्लूड किया। अब चलते हैं आगे। 243 आर्टिकल 243W, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का आर्टिकल 243W, और 65 स्लाइड, 97 शायद स्लाइड है, तो देखते हैं कितने कर सकते हैं, बाकी कितनी होंगी। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया आर्टिकल 243, 243 आर्टिकल W, ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट आर्टिकल है हमारे लिए, समझना पड़ता है। वी हैव टू फाइंड सोर्सेज, हाउ टू प्रूव व्हाट वी आर, दैट्स मोर इम्पोर्टेंट। Subject to provisions of this constitution, legislature of a state may by law endow, subject to provisions of this constitution, legislature of a state may by law endow municipalities with such powers and authority as may be necessary to enable them to function as institutions or self-government, as institution of self-government, and such law may contain provisions for devolution of powers and responsibilities upon municipalities, subject to such conditions as may be specified therein. Again, municipalities is subject to provisions of this constitution, legislature of state may by law endow, भारत का जो भी राज्य की विधानसभाएं हैं, इस संविधान के हिसाब से वो नियम बना सकती हैं, बनाएंगी, बना सकेंगी। किस बारे में देखिए, म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज़ के बारे में, जैसे म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज़ विद सच पावर्स एंड अथॉरिटी एज मे बी नेसेसरी टू एनेबल देम टू फंक्शन, नगर पालिकाएँ जो भी होंगी ऐसी शक्तियों और सामर्थ्यों के साथ उनको ऐसा बनाया जा सकेगा कि वो सारे फंक्शन करें एज इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट, एंड सच लॉ may contain provisions for devolution of powers and responsibilities upon municipalities subject to such conditions as may be specified therein. Now, disqualification of membership, powers, authority and responsibility of municipalities, that's important here now. Comments, I'm just giving you comments about this because I am just taking this 243 article because I had to link to role of municipalities. That's very important. We shall come in schedule. So my comments here are: this provision also does not direct or suggest for authorizing all such bodies to conduct deciding and implementing engineering professionals competencies or to conduct registration of engineers or whatever essential or required matters or issues connected therewith. ये कमेंट है मेरा। अगर आप देखेंगे इस आर्टिकल में भी I'm not going to get something, you are going to have something. There is come. All right, let me go. Sometimes this provision also doesn't directly suggest for authorizing all such bodies to conduct, deciding, and implementing engineering professionals' competences or to conduct registration of engineers on whatever essential required matters or issues connected therewith. Therefore, it's wise to suggest that an exclusive basis only IA should be involved in authorizing engineers for certification of competence and regulation of engineering profession, for mandating decision over competencies and deciding scope, pertinent professional practice that Chartered Engineer India may own or oblige with while carrying out professional engineering activities in whatever manner. Since IA is a specialist professional body contained with almost all disciplines of pertinent engineering professions should mandate engineering profession also. This 243W के हिसाब से म्यूनिसपैलिटीज़ को वो फंक्शन नहीं होंगे जो हम बात कर रहे हैं. हम बात कर रहे हैं इंजीनियरिंग की, हम बात कर रहे हैं इंजीनियरिंग रजिस्ट्रेशन की. 243W में ऐसा कुछ नहीं कहा गया है, कुछ भी जो ज़बरदस्ती म्यूनिसपैलिटीज़ करती हैं. ठीक है, आप सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज़ हैं, आपके जो काम है वो कीजिए, कौन रोकता है आपको? आप सड़क साफ़ कीजिए, नाली साफ़ कीजिए, कूड़ा उठाइए, फुटपाथ बनवाइए, जो भी कीजिए, जो भी आपके फंक्शन है कीजिए. आप सेल्फ क्वालिफिकेशन में कुछ भी आप कीजिए, आपकी पावर है, आपकी अथॉरिटी है, आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, म्यूनिसपैलिटी आप काम है, आपके दिए गए हैं काम, स्केड्यूल में, शेड्यूल में दिए गए हैं. लेकिन आप देते हैं इंजीनियर्स को और पहले देते थे आर्किटेक्ट्स को भी रजिस्ट्रेशन, लाइसेंस. किस बात पे? ये प्रश्न है. कौन से कानून से आप ये पावर लाते हैं? कानून देश में एक ही है और वह है भारत का संविधान. भारत का संविधान आपको कहाँ ये हक देता, अधिकार देता है कि आप अपने हिसाब से कानून बना लें? मैंने कहीं नहीं देखा, आई डिड नॉट फाइंड एनीवेयर in this constitution on role of municipalities that you are going to or shall register engineers or license them. You shall register architects or license them. Okay, you used to give all license to architects. Later on you stopped because architecture was in 1972 was published, but now you didn't know that there's another law, and that is IA Charter. On what basis you are issuing license? That's a question mark and for which I'm talking about. This is a designation only, this is institutional only. So who are you to do that? Are you above institution? Are you above chartered engineers? On what basis? This is a question mark I'm raising, I'm including this 243 in this, and I move further for this clarification as well, because that's very important point here. And that is Constitution of India, Part 9A, Municipalities, Article 243U to Article 243W, 143 with respect to that, and this is Schedule 12 I am talking about. This I'll show you. No, you can find that. It's not big use. It's available in Constitution. Part 9A, Municipalities, Article 243U to 243W, and this is respect to preparation of plans for economic development and social justice, performance of functions and implementation of schemes as may be entrusted to them, including those in relation to matters listed in 12th schedule. 12th schedule. I am repeating. Preparation of plans, this is function of municipality. Preparation of plans for economic development and social justice, this is Article 243U to 243W. Performance of functions and implementation of schemes as may be entrusted to them, including those in relation to matters listed in 12th schedule. Now my comments here are Schedule 12, or you call it Schedule 12, I am talking, it doesn't matter. Schedule 12 included within Constitution of India clearly states that there exists no such statutory provision that allows either municipalities or local bodies or state authorities to operate engineering regulation and registration pertinent engineers. This means that all registrations conducted by all such bodies do not refer to any statutory provision as required under mandate of Constitution of India to protect adverse impact on fundamental rights of professional, engineering, citizen or others. Let me see, is there one more comment? Yeah, I think there one more comment I have seen. And that is This means that all registration conducted by all such bodies do not refer to any statutory provision as required under mandate of Constitution of India Bharat to protect adverse impact on fundamental rights of professional, engineering, citizen or others, demanding prospective practicing engineer, demanding prospective practicing engineer or to apply for registration with concerned agency or municipality or authority amounts to condemnable arbitrary application of undefined law, which conduct of such agency is certainly unconstitutional. Fact remains that no authority in India Bharat has gotten any mandate to demand or instruct for certain act without referring to provisions of related applicable law. Conclusion is that regulation of engineers and respective professional competencies do not fall within statutory powers conferred on all such bodies or authorities except chartered powers and authority enjoyed by Institution of Engineers India by virtue of its Royal Charter 1935. अभी मैं एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ दोबारा। स्केड्यूल 12 संविधान का है, भारत के संविधान का स्केड्यूल 12, वो साफ साफ कहता है कि म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज़ को या लोकल अथॉरिटीज़ को कोई अधिकार नहीं है, कोई संवैधानिक या अधिनियमित अधिकार नहीं है जो उनको अलाउ करे, उनको परमिशन दे कि इन म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज़ को, निगमों को, लोकल बॉडीज़ को, और या वो स्टेट के अथॉरिटीज़ भी क्यों ना हो, डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटीज़ भी क्यों ना हो, कि आप रेगुलेट कीजिए इंजीनियर्स को। ऐसा कहीं नहीं है कि आप इंजीनियर को रेगुलेट नहीं कर सकते। इंजीनियर्स को, उनकी रजिस्ट्रेशन को आपको कहीं कोई अधिकार नहीं है, पूरे संविधान में कहीं नहीं लिखा। इसका मतलब है जो भी आप ऐसा करते हैं, जो भी पंजीकरण करते हैं, अपने आप लाइसेंस देते हैं अपने को बहुत बड़ा समझ के, चाहे आप म्यूनिसिपैलिटी हो, निगम हो या आप स्टेट अथॉरिटीज़ हो, कौन से संवैधानिक या कौन से अधिनियम में आप देते हैं। भारत के संविधान में जो आदेश है उसमें ऐसा कहीं नहीं है। भारत के संविधान में फंडामेंटल राइट्स का आदेश है, वो प्रोफेशनल, हर प्रोफेशन पे लागू होता है। इंजीनियरिंग भी उसी में आता है, नागरिक पे लागू होता है और दूसरों पे लागू होता है। कहाँ हैं आप उसमें? जब संविधान अधिकार देता है राइट टू प्रोफेशन का, तो आप किधर खड़े हैं? आप कौन हैं जो अपने अधिकार बना के बैठ गए? कौन से संविधान के किस आर्टिकल में आपने ये लिया? आपके अपने एक्ट में आपने खुद डाल दिया। उससे क्या होता है? आप बायलॉज में कुछ भी डाल सकते हैं, डाल दीजिए, क्या फर्क पड़ता है। इसीलिए डिमांडिंग प्रोस्पेक्टिव प्रैक्टिसिंग इंजीनियर्स टू अप्लाई फॉर रजिस्ट्रेशन, आप मांगते हैं जो ऑलरेडी इंजीनियर है, जो ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है, मेंबर है, उससे आप कहते हैं लाइसेंस दीजिए, पंजीकरण कराइए इस एजेंसी के साथ, म्यूनसिपैलिटी के साथ। क्यों, किस लिए? क्या आप ऐसा करके उस व्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता नहीं खराब करते? ये आपकी दादागिरी नहीं है तो क्या है? आप चौधरी बन के बैठ गए खुद ही अपने आप। कौन से नियम के हिसाब से लेते हैं? ऐसा कोई नियम देश में नहीं है जिसको आप फॉलो करते हो, या है ही नहीं। और ये सब करना, ऐसा करना पक्के रूप से असंवैधानिक है। और सच्चाई यही है, देश के अंदर कोई भी अधिकारी, कोई भी बॉडी, भारत में किसी को भी कोई अधिकार नहीं है कि मांगे कि अपना लाइसेंस दिखाइए इंजीनियर का या लीजिए, विदाउट रेफरिंग टू प्रोविजंस ऑफ एप्लीकेबल लॉ। या तो आप बताएं कि आप किस लॉ के हिसाब से ये ले रहे हैं, आप बताइए लॉ क्या है। और इन सब बातों से क्या पता चलता है कि आपको कोई अधिकार नहीं है कि आप इंजीनियर्स को रेगुलेट करें या उन्होंने क्या करना है वो बताएं, क्योंकि आप हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं है, हम क्या करेंगे आप बताएंगे? आप कोई नहीं होते फैसला करने वाले कि हमें क्या काम करना है। आपकी संवैधानिक अधिकारों में ये बात नहीं है। और बाकी भी जितने सरकारें की बॉडीज़ हैं देश में, अथॉरिटीज़ हैं, किसी के पास भी ये पावर नहीं है। जो पावर देश के संवैधानिक संस्थान, द इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया, भारत का अभियांत्रिक संस्थान, भारत का अभियंता संस्थान, उसके अधिकार पत्र रॉयल चार्टर, उसके राजपत्र 1935 में, उसको पावर है। ये काम करने की आपको नहीं है। फिर रिपीट करता हूँ इंग्लिश में। माई कमेंट्स है in respect to that article, which is in respect to article this Schedule 12, Municipalities, Article 243U to 243W, Constitution of India and Royal Charter 1935, Constitution of India. In this combination, I'm just this is my comment on your main provision. Provision is preparation of plans for economic development and social justice, performance of functions and implementation of schemes as may be entrusted to them, including those in relation to matters listed in 12th schedule, Schedule 12 included within Constitution of India clearly states that there exists no such statutory provision that allows either municipality or local bodies or state authorities to operate engineering regulation and registration pertinent to engineers. This means that all registrations conducted by all such bodies do not refer to any statutory provision as required under mandate of Constitution of India to protect adverse impact on fundamental rights of professional engineers, professional engineering citizens or others. Demanding prospective practicing engineer to apply for registration with concerned agency or municipality or authority amounts to condemnable arbitrary application of undefined law, which conduct of such agency is certainly unconstitutional. Fact remains that no authority in India, Bharat, has gotten any mandate to demand or instruct for certain act without referring to provisions of related applicable law. Conclusion: for certain act without referring to provisions of related applicable law. Conclusion is that regulation of engineers and respect to professional competencies do not fall within statutory powers conferred on all such bodies or authorities except chartered powers and authority enjoyed by Institution of Engineers India by virtue of its Royal Charter 1935. And this was slide here, just 66 I think, yes. Next slide 67, let me see what is that. 67. This is this is 12th schedule. Yes, it is 12th schedule. It's better to read it now. I'll repeat it tomorrow again. It takes 5 minutes, no problem. 12th schedule, Constitution of India, Article 243W. 11 now. Number 1, urban planning including town planning. Number 2, regulation of land use and construction of buildings. Regulation of land use and construction of buildings. Number 3, planning for economic and social development. Number 4, roads and bridges. Number 5, water supply for domestic, industrial and commercial purposes. Number 6, public health, sanitation, conservancy and solid waste management. Number 7 is fire services. Number 8 is urban forestry, protection of environment and promotion of ecological aspects. Number 9, safeguarding interests of weaker sections of society, including handicapped and mentally retarded. Number 10, slum improvement and upgradation. Number 11, urban poverty alleviation. Number 12, provision of urban amenities and facilities such as parks, gardens, playgrounds. Number 13, promotion of cultural, educational and aesthetic aspects. Number 14, burials and burial grounds, cremations, cremation grounds and electric crematoriums. Number 15, cattle pounds, prevention of cruelty to animals. Number 16, vital statistics including registration of births and deaths. Number 17, vital statistics. Okay. Number 17 is public amenities including street lighting, parking lots, bus stops and public conveniences. Number 18 is regulation of slaughterhouses and tanneries and regulation of slaughterhouses. How comments are Constitution of India Schedule 12, which I just replayed explicitly confirms that regulation of engineers do not come under its purview. It's clearly given in that, where in this list there are 18 provisions, there is nothing as such as they do. Means Constitution of India Schedule 12 explicitly confirms that regulation of engineers do not come in its ambit. And yes, you can regulate buildings, you can approve plans of buildings, you can approve land use, you can do whatever you want, but as far as approval for engineer is concerned, you are never responsible for that according to your role. This is your charter. These 18 points are your charter from Constitution, which applies to municipalities of this country. So you don't have any right to regulate professionals working on buildings. That's why my submission on this. And after that would be, if you go down, then there would be Article 254. This is, we'll see this next one later on. It's now 68 slides. There are 97 slides. I think we'll take another 1 hour later on. So now what I'm saying is, for this reason, I actually wanted to project to people of this country through this video, this presentation, because if engineers suffer, if engineers have to struggle like that to take licenses from these municipalities just for purpose of working for citizens, means who will take interest? This is insult to engineer, that you have to take licenses from these municipalities. Why you are yourself chartered engineer, you are professional engineer. Before architects used to do that, but once they got this act, we also have this charter. Means people didn't know this, municipalities don't know. These IAS officers do not know that. If they don't know, it's their problem, not my problem. If some document law is there, if law has been there for since 1935, more than 85 years. If they do not know this, then whose problem is that? This was raising, I want to raise this issue to engineers as well. And I know engineers can't speak, I know very well. Our engineers run away from arguments and from acts and from laws. Say if there is a defect, we have to correct that. If there is some provision, we have to use that. And if there is something wrong, we have to correct that, of course. So if this provision exists, If IEI charter exists, why not to stand on that? What's wrong? Just like if the Constitution of India, everybody talks of that. This is our Constitution. The Institution of India's Charter 1935 is our Constitution, professional Constitution. It's written on that, constituted. IEI is constituted and Charter means Constitution. This point, why do we shy to understand? Okay, for new guys, I don't blame budding engineers, new engineers who do not know, but those who are senior, those who know it, who can understand it, who have understood contracts or taken this arbitration, if they cannot understand this, if our council cannot understand this, I feel regretful. There's nothing to shy about. Why shy? This is my document, my law. I have to use this power. It's not owned by someone. It's not owned by council. It's not by our institution itself. It's owned by public. It's public law. Public law. So we are public. Institution is public. Thousands of engineers, thousands of members, lakhs of members. It's public. So it's public act. We have to fight with all those officers who do not accept this. We have to fight with government if required. What's wrong with that? That's what I wanted to refer this to you people, because this is very important management system. This is a part of management as well. We can proudly say, I am this, you can seal as thou. What's wrong with that? If you can seal as doctor, as IAS, why can't an engineer seal like chartered engineer? Who are you to debar that person? And because we submit doesn't mean that we do not know. We compromise doesn't mean we do not know. Because we are humble people, we are gentle people, we do not want to fight with you people, not because we can't fight you, because we are unaware of our powers. We are unaware of powers. What your powers are. If I don't understand my power, I ask every IAS one question, what is your power? What are you? Show me you are just an employee, nothing else. You are not taking any self-responsibility anywhere in this country. But I am taking self-responsibility. If building falls, I am responsible. If structure fails, I am responsible. This is engineer. If structure fails, who is responsible? Is IS responsible? No. Engineer is responsible. Even architect is not responsible for structure. Whose responsibility is this? So responsibility means rights. If I am responsible, I have right. And that right this charter gives me. That I am having a status, I am having a charter with me, and this charter is my gun to you. I can shoot you with this gun if you don't listen to me. I will explain to you later on how this operates in coming time, in coming balancer slides, how laws can be used against public officers, against government officers, and against all if they don't accept law. With this I close this one. Thank you very much. I'll talk later on this issue, and I welcome all, and thanks again. Suraj Kumar, Ram Kumar.